This Honourable Senate is called to order, and we meet for the first time after what has been a lengthy adjournment occasioned by a number of issues. Mr. Clark, anybody joining online that you're aware of? And before we get into the business of the day, I just welcome the visitors that we have here today, and specifically Mrs. Dorothy Webby Zadie, who is a sister of former Senator Don Webby, who is sitting in the chamber, in the well of the chamber as my guest, along with Mr. Frank James, CEO of the Grace Kennedy Group. And we just need to let you know that there is a tradition that Don used to have with us where he provided us with water and other dry snacks. So we need to have a discussion that you continue with that. And Ms. Gail Solomon, General Counsel and Chief Corporate Secretary of the Grace Kennedy Group. And I also recognize, I think, Mr. Webby's secretary, who used to always coordinate with us on his various senatorial presentations. You know, just getting into the business of the day, it would be remiss of this body if in the wake of Hurricane Melissa, that is now being described as one of the strongest hurricanes ever recorded, if this Senate did not express its sincere concern, empathy, and sympathy for our citizens who have been affected by this devastating event. We, as a family in the Senate here, must express to those families who have suffered loss, injury, damage to their homes, livelihoods, and indeed their very lives. And we also, as a Senate, recognize the courage and resilience of many who continue to endure the aftermath with strength and faith. As a Senate, as a Parliament, we affirm our full support for the efforts led by the government of Jamaica, and we especially commend the critical role played by our local authorities, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, various community organizations, regional bodies, which are working tirelessly to deliver relief and to restore essential services and rebuild affected communities. We as a Senate ask you also to express our profound appreciation for the solidarity shown by our international partners, whose resources and humanitarian support have strengthened our national response during these challenging times. I also wish to acknowledge and commend the extraordinary dedication of our first responders, faith-based groups, members of the sport and entertainment fraternities, and volunteers from across the spectrum who have provided shelter, distributed supplies, offered comfort, and ensuring that no communities are left behind. In that regard, we pay a special recognition to the members of the Jamaica Defense Force and the Jamaica Constabulary Force, members of the Fire Brigade, who have all stepped up to serve this Jamaica land we love. I encourage all Jamaicans, we as a Senate must encourage all Jamaicans to continue to support the recovery effort through organized relief, community initiatives, and simple acts of kindness. I heard the Minister of Social Security, Colonel Charles Jr., saying today that he is of the view that family members who have not been affected should perhaps, ought to reach out to family members who have been affected adversely by this weather event, even if you haven't spoken to them in years, offer some support and perhaps even accommodation where possible. So let us as a Senate demonstrate the love, unity, and compassion that defined our people, and recognize that together we will recover and rebuild. During the process of recovery, we have identified, I am told by the relevant authorities, at least 45 persons who lost their lives during this terrible event. There are persons who continue to suffer, and there are persons who are in dire straits. In keeping with the usual custom, I would ask the Senate to rise for one moment of silence in recognition of those who have passed and those who continue to endure great hardship. May their souls rest in peace and light perpetual shine upon them. Amen. I just recognize that Senator Scott Motley is absent today, and sitting in her place is Senator Professor Morris, and of course, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kamina Johnson-Smith, leader of government business, is absent, in fact, overseas, continuing the recovery effort in another forum. Likewise, Senator Aubin Hill is away attending a quoted meeting, result of which would be to the benefit of Jamaica. Now, before we begin our usual business, the Senate is today recognizing the passage of former Senator, the Honourable Don Webby, OJ, CD. Don passed while the Senate was in recess, and the tongue of good report was heard on his behalf from all quarters of the society. But as I said it this morning, we would like to formally place on record the passing of our former Senator, the Honourable Donald George Webby, who passed away earlier this year. While it is that we as a Parliament and our colleagues have acknowledged his passing in various capacities and expressed condolences to his family through other means, we place on record of the Senate today his passing and note in the way that we do as a family, members of the Senate, often recognize the passage of our colleagues. Senator Webby served with distinction in this honorable House for more than 10 years, including his role as a minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service from 2007 to 2009. Senator Webby, or Don as we refer to him, was also an inspirational and innovative leader who oversaw the modernization of the Grace Kennedy Group. Senator Webby was a recipient of the Order of Jamaica and commander of the Order of Distinction. Order of Jamaica, I think, was earlier this year. And he was named the 31st inductee to the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica Hall of Fame. We recognize Senator Webby for his service to the Senate and the nation. I must just tell you before I ask my colleagues to contribute that when Don came to the Senate for the first time, it was the opening session of the Senate. And Don came to me and said, well, this is at the end of the session. There seems to be quite a bit of confusion, but my driver dropped me at the front of the Parliament building. Where do I go now? So I said, well, when you go to the front of the building, turn right and go down. Turn right and go down Duke Street. But for those of you who would not be aware, I was sending him into the gathering of PNP supporters who gathered to the right of Duke Street. So the next time I saw him, I was roundly chastised, but he managed to talk his way out of the situation. Don was a dear friend to us all. Senator Fitzhenley.
Thank you, sir. Permission to speak from a seat other than the one assigned to me.
You know, it is often said that the future casts its shadow into the present. What you said, not this time around? Senator Fitzhenley.
Thank you again, sir. The irony of life is such that it was approximately 2 years and a month ago that Don Webby bestirred from a seat 2 spaces to my right, incidentally the one now assigned to me, and he assumed a perpendicular posture and paid glowing tribute to the Honourable R. Danny Williams, a man who my father, who worked at Life of Jamaica, alluded to as the gold standard in terms of leadership in corporate Jamaica. Myself and Senator Gale sat behind Don as he described Danny Williams, there's the image, as a true Jamaican icon, a visionary businessman, a nation builder whose legacy will continue to inspire for generations to come. I don't usually achieve consensus across the political aisle when I speak, but I believe even my colleagues on the opposition side will agree that those descriptors, a true Jamaican icon, a visionary businessman, and a nation builder whose legacy will inspire for generations to come, are very much opposite in alluding to the life and contribution to Jamaica of the Honourable Donald George Webby, Order of Jamaica, Order of Distinction at the rank of Commander. The awards which I just alluded to, which were bestowed on Don, were not perfunctory in nature, but indeed due to his dedication and hard work and his contribution to his country, which he loved and was deeply passionate about. The legacy, sir, of men and women who give outstanding service often speak for themselves. But as you quite rightly adumbrated, it is quite in good order to place recognition of Don in the parliamentary record. I will highlight a few of his outstanding achievements, including his leadership of Grace Kennedy, expanding, as you alluded to, into significant markets, including Africa, deepening ties in the United States. Indeed, under Don's leadership, Grace Kennedy's revenue increased from Jamaican $58 billion in 2011 to approximately $155 billion in the year of his passing. And in so doing, the nexus between how well the private sector is doing and a country's economy is well known. He played a great part in assisting the turnaround of the Jamaican economy. Don Webby was a man of strategic vision. He championed the listing of Grace Kennedy on the stock exchanges in Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, and the Eastern Caribbean. In my many conversations with Don over the years, he often said, one of the greatest things a citizen can do is to give service in the public sector, or to give public service. Of course, Don was a man of his word. He served as a senator and minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Finance and Planning under the administration of Orrit Golding at a time when the Jamaican economy was in the doldrums, and Don played a key part in the major turnaround of the Jamaican economy. Don was a firm believer in entrepreneurship and prudent fiscal management. Of course, he was one of the pioneers of the junior stock exchange, which is of great benefit to small businesses, business owners, and their families. He served as well as chairman of JAMPRO, where he promoted the idea of red carpet, not red tape, in treating with investors and in a bid to galvanize the Jamaican economy. Among his lasting impacts as well is his work with the West Indies Cricket Board, and he often spoke about his desire for the operationalization of some of the ideas he put in writing, which he hoped would drive a reversal of the fortunes of the regional side. He was passionate about the sport of kings and the king of sports, that is cricket and horse racing. And what I just alluded to are some, just a very few, of the contributions of Don, which led to him being, as you advised the Parliament earlier, President, awarded the Order of Jamaica, the Order of Distinction, and being inducted into the PSOJ's Hall of Fame. But despite all those accolades, encomiums, or achievements, the part of this tribute I consider most important has not yet been uttered. It must not be unsaid that Don Webby was a man of great humanity. He believed in people. For my family and I, Don was a friend. Indeed, for me, he was a mentor, a bigger brother from a different lineage. I knew him pretty much all my life. And my uncles who founded the Fitzhenley Business Colleges and Commercial Institutes often spoke about him as a great motivator behind their entrepreneurial endeavor across Jamaica. Don displayed the important traits of compassion and kindness when it mattered the most. He showed up for his family, his friends, and even strangers in their time of great need. I will not forget him being late for a board meeting, but stopping by at my home and offering condolences and support on the passing of my elder brother in 2019. Don played a vital part in our moment of loss. Don Webby was not a partisan, but he was not shy or bashful about being strident and being prepared to defend Jamaica. He was slow to anger. But if you wanted to make him upset, say something negative about Jamaica, which is not true, or take steps which do not enumerate to the interest of our country. I recall during his parliamentary tenure how upset he was when the opposition voted to discontinue states of public emergencies in Jamaica, despite the data showing that the vast majority of areas where the enhanced security measure was declared, Jamaican lives were saved. And even on that point, as we acknowledge that there's much work to be done, I am certain that Don would have asked me to include in this tribute our congratulations to the Security Minister, the Prime Minister, the Police Commissioner, and every man and woman of the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the Jamaica Defense Force, whose sterling efforts have caused the current approximately 42% reduction in murders this year when compared to 2024. To the men and women of the JCF in particular, I know Don would want us to say, keep going, keep going. The Jamaican state supports your lawful efforts, and we are hopeful that the current trajectory and gains are indicative of a turning point in the fight against violent crime. Indeed, part of Don Webby's legacy is that he believed that as lawmakers we should lawfully do what we can to save Jamaican lives, and that we should send a signal to criminals that enough is enough. Don was also a firm believer in the ability of sports and education to transform any society. Indeed, he did significant pioneering work with the Grace Kennedy Foundation. Many young people I've come across have spoken about the influence and the mentorship that Don provided. For me, among the lasting value of Don's contribution to Jamaica is how he talked about believing in people from all walks of life, but his preparedness to take tangible action to support them. He always put the interest of the people of Jamaica first. The tributes offered on the occasion of his passing by entertainer Ding Dong, Olympic medalist Hansel Parchment, and the undisputed greatest of all time, Ambassador Dr. the Honourable Shelley and Fraser Price, all speak to the measure of the man that was Don Webby and his impact and his belief in the potential of our Jamaican people, regardless of their background, class or creed, or their struggle. Don believed in their potential, and he offered tangible support. Indeed, Shelley spoke well when she said that Don was the kind of leader who had the uncanny ability to make people feel seen and capable of much more. On the matter of sports, I'm sure my colleague, Senator Sinclair, will agree with me that Don Webby was a winner. For the life of me, President, I cannot yet figure out how a Jamaica Observer article ostensibly in Senator Sinclair's honor ended up with a headline speaking about how Don Webby won gold and defeated Charlie Sinclair into a commendable bronze at Champs 1978. I know that Charlie cannot improve upon my submissions when I say Don knew how to win. Indeed, he carried that knack during his professional life, whether he was contributing in a philanthropic manner or to the business community. In closing, we live in a society where I find that many in my generation often not place enough value on our word. What I appreciated about Don Webby is that he did the simple but important things right. He was a man of his word. He did what he said he'd do in the way he said he'd do it, and often when he said he'd do it. I join the many Jamaicans and people across the region who regret the passing of Don. We again pass on our condolences to his family, including his lovely wife, Hillary, his sister, Dorothy, and his beloved offsprings, Nicholas, Abigail, and my friend, Stephanie. Let the annals of history be supplemented by the parliamentary record, which accurately indicate that when Don departed to the eternal or ecclesiastic pavilion on Saturday, July 26, 2025, Jamaica lost an ambassador and one of our finest and most patriotic sons. But to his family we say, we are confident that the Honourable Donald George Webby is comfortable in the arms of our Lord and Savior. Thank you, sir. May God bless you, and may God continue to shine light upon the soul of the Honourable Don Webby.
Senator Morris, recognized from a place other than your own. I had suggested already that you were recognized as such.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. No. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do rise to make my tribute to the Honourable Don Webby, who served with distinction in this chamber and in our nation. And I must say, Mr. President, before I venture into the substance of my presentation, that Senator Fitzhenry, in his presentation, alluded to a situation where he is hardly agreed with by members of the opposition. And I was just about to agree fully with his presentation until he ventured down the pathway of the state of emergency. And I will say to you, Senator Fitzhenry, that we agree with everything that you said prior to that comment and what flowed after that. Mr. President, Don Webby can best be regarded as a colossus. He was a giant. He was a giant in every sphere of his life, whether it be in business, in sports, or whether it be in his contribution to the Senate. And I say we not often agree on all the points that he made in the Senate. But we understand the dignity and the decency of the man. Mr. President, I want to start by indicating that Don Webby was a distinguished graduate from the University of the West Indies, where he pursued his BSc and his MSc in accounts at the institution. And he never just completed those degrees at the institution and abandoned the institution. He contributed immensely to the development of the institution and was deeply involved with the Mona School of Business. And the University of the West Indies celebrates and recognizes his seminal contribution to the institution and to Jamaica. Mr. President, it has been pointed out his contribution in sports. And you know, sports is the heartbeat of Jamaica. If Don was alive, Senator Lambert, he would be very disappointed that having gotten the opportunity to just walk through the door to the World Cup, Jamaica thus far blew the opportunity that was given. It is one of those moments, Senator Abka, that he would be furious because of his disappointment. But, Mr. President, Don contributed immensely to the sporting arena, as demonstrated in cricket, in boys' champs, boys and girls' champs. He was very much instrumental in their development. And I know that his passion for cricket, even though there's dwindling support across the region, he was always encouraging people to rally around the West Indies. Mr. President, I couldn't take my seat and don't talk about Don's philanthropic endeavors, because Don gave willingly to worthy causes. And I remember a couple years ago, the Combined Disabilities Association was facing immense cash flow problems. Combined Disabilities Association is a non-governmental organization, and it depends on support from various individuals and organizations. And I remember speaking to Don in the Senate about the problems being experienced by the organization. And without hesitation, he said to me, send a letter directly to me on behalf of the Combined Disabilities Association. And I tell you, Mr. President, I did. And certainly up to the point of his passing. Every year since I spoke to him, and I thought it dates back to 2020, he was making an annual contribution to the Combined Disabilities Association. And his support and passion for persons with disabilities is also demonstrated in the support that is given to one of the staff members in the organization that he was responsible for, Dr. Curtis Sweeney. And Don was very much instrumental in encouraging Curtis to pursue his academic dreams and to make sure that he gave the organization, gave the support to Curtis in terms of pursuing his doctorate. And Curtis responded and completed that PhD and is now a senior executive at the Grace Kennedy Group of Company. And so, Mr. President, at every sphere of his life, he has been what I said and describe him as a colossus. And as a believer in God, and one who is looking forward to that great resurrection, I'm looking forward to seeing Don again. He's now resting in his grave, waiting for that great getting up morning. And I say to his wife and his family that Don might be gone, but can never and will never be forgotten. May it please you, Mr. President.
Minister?
Mr. President, permission to speak from a seat that is definitely not my own. Today is quite a somber day as we remember those who passed from Hurricane Melissa, but also we're paying our tributes to the Honourable Don Webby. Don was an exceptional man. And I actually now realize that I met him before I really met him. His mother taught me Spanish at Campion College, and she used to talk about her children. And so it's quite interesting that I got to work with his sister Dorothea, and I also got to work with Don Webby also, after having heard about them so much when their mother taught me Spanish. And it's not her fault that my Spanish isn't great. It's definitely not her fault. But when I... Exactly, like we saw in the house, right? When I met Don officially many years ago, I was so happy to meet him because he was one of those persons that you see on your TV all the time and that you just admire. He was an inspiration to many of us in the financial sphere, because he represented someone who had done things that were just spectacular. And just even if you looked at him in the business sphere, he was a giant in Jamaican business. And what was really great when you looked at him and you look at Grace Kennedy and even the legacy he's left in Grace Kennedy, is that he was building a company that was respected globally. It was a global company. He was saying through Grace Kennedy that Jamaica is great. Jamaica is not just what you think about, you know, the beautiful beaches and also the athletic prowess. We're great at building global brands and global businesses. When you traveled in our diaspora markets or outside of our diaspora markets, Grace Kennedy loomed large. And a lot of that was because of the work of Don Webby. And I know as a young executive in the private sector, I looked to Don for an example. And he showed what it was like to build a business. And I've had conversations with him about Grace Kennedy and how he was able to do a lot of that international expansion that was done. And he always was willing to give of his time to younger persons in the business sphere. He was always generous with his time, and we learned so much from him. Another example I learned from him was the importance of service and the importance of going outside of yourself. He was doing really well in Grace Kennedy. And then he decided to heed the call to public service and to go into government as a minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Finance. And I remember looking at that and thinking, why would you leave your nice role in the private sector and go into the government? And he did it with so much grace. And you looked at him and you were just proud of him. Yes, Don Webby did that. It showed you how much he loved this country, that he would leave that very lucrative world and that very stable world to come into public service. And I know I looked at that. And many years later, when I was asked to do the same, I had to look at Don's example. And Don said it could be done, and he showed it could be done. And so I decided to do it because of that example of Don Webby. And so I'm here because of that example. And I say it all the time, the way we change things, the way we change our country is through persons doing things that may not have been done that way before. And Don was a great example of leaving behind the private sector for a while to come and give service to our country, and it was tremendous service that he gave. When I came into the Senate, he spent time talking to me about how the Senate works and also about how to treat with matters that would come. He never needed to do that. He had so many things going on in his life, but he decided he would take time to help me to adjust to being a senator. And I will always be grateful for that. After every time I spoke in the Senate, in the early parts, he would call me after and he'd say, "You did so good today." And that encouragement meant so much to me. And that says a lot about this man. And at that time, he would have been treating with his illness. He had so much going on, but he still found the time to take up the phone and to encourage a new young senator. He also understood that young people were the future, and we always say that. But he didn't just say it, he did it. Through all the work that he did with Boys and Girls Champs and other initiatives and scholarship programs that he initiated, he showed us that truly the way to get Jamaica to the kind of future that he dreamed for us and that we dreamed for ourselves was through really working with our young people. He understood the importance of sports, not just in and of itself, but also because it taught the value of excellence and the value of discipline. And he always said that if you pursue excellence and you're disciplined in it, that you are going to go places in your personal life, but also as a country. If those values epitomize the way our young people pursue their lives, that we're going to have a better country. So it wasn't just Boys Champs for Boys Champs' sake. It was because he truly, truly loved this country. And so in Don Webby, we see what it means to be a strong Jamaican, to be someone who truly loves your country, that you put aside personal gains so that you can help to build the country that you dream of. He has taught me a lot, and I hope that in my time in the Senate, I will be able to navigate it with the kind of poise and grace that he has been able to do so. And as we think about Don Webby today, let us all commit to continuing in his legacy of focusing on our young people, of instilling values of excellence and discipline, and in doing everything we can to take the vision of Jamaica, a bright Jamaica, a prosperous Jamaica, forward. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Brown.
Thank you, President. I rise to join in the tribute to a visionary, a patriot, a man who truly loved and served his country, Don Webby, OG. Let me again pay my own condolences and that of my family to the Webby family, his sister, his children, his wife Hillary, who work very closely with my own wife in another organization elsewhere. And Dan and I would often joke about what each wife was saying about the other and about himself and myself. And it was cordial, always cordial. I want to also pay tribute and condolences to the Grace Kennedy family, of which Dan was a critical part. And is Camille here? Camille is not here. But Camille is one of his able assistants who was oftentimes the go-between himself and you as well, President. So I know they lost him well. And The Honourable President had the numbers 2 and 6. 26th of July, this 62-year-old man exited. And I'm wondering that 2 and 6 are numbers that we should retire. But we can't retire Dan, who left us at 62. What we can say, honestly, is gone too soon. At 62, he's in the prime of his life with so much more to contribute. And I remember Dan as part of the Senate family, despite the dividing line in the Senate. I've often said, we will disagree, we will fight when the gavel knocks, but we are family in this chamber. And that's how I see and remember Dan as being part of this Senate family. When Dan gets up to speak, you know you're going to be listening to a presentation driven key by data. And you know he's going to call names of people on his side and people on our side in making his point. When I pay tribute, I don't want to talk about self. I want to talk about the person I'm making tribute to. But sometimes he would say, like Lammy, I am driven by data. And I always took that as a compliment because it's important that decisions we make are grounded in data. And Dan Webby's presentation were always grounded in data, excellent research. But he ended his presentation, and I can't recall any president that wasn't ended with solutions. He was always making proposals and suggestions, often thinking outside of the box to get our country moving forward. And so we're going to miss him for that. And I hope you can step in his shoes as one of the private sector reps here in the Senate. I recall President was disagreeing on things in the Senate. One time Dan said, disgraceful, disgraceful. So when we went downstairs for lunch, I decided I was going to challenge him and said, Dan, why you're so strident upstairs? And he said, Lammy, I'm learning from you. Wasn't sure it was sarcasm or a compliment. But the point is that Dan was not afraid to put his views in the Senate, but outside of the Senate. When we leave and the chain is removed, the rope is removed, we are back to family. And it's in that context of family that we discuss a number of things. And even while he was sick, President, I had reasons to be chatting with him on WhatsApp. So I'm going to share with us a conversation we had November last year. I think this was after he had resigned. He had sent me a story in the newspaper about West Indies cricket. Last chance for the dinosaur directors to accept all the recommendations of Webby report and vote themselves out of power. So he sent me that. And I responded to Dan. I said, oh, sorry. He ended it by saying, any bets? With a smiley emoji. So I responded to Dan as follows. I am betting that after 5 years of the report sitting on someone's desk, that the Webby wisdom will elude them. West Indies cricket will continue to suffer, not because there is no vision, but when the vision was handed to them on a platter, procrastination overtook them. I doubt they are serious. You gave them a workable and excellent roadmap. It is still in their hands. And to that, Dan responded, I agree, Lammy. I agree. and our conversation continued. But I thought I'd share that because he loved the region, not just Jamaica. So we talk about cricket. On a personal note, President, I have some friends, 3 ladies, who 2 lives abroad, 1 is in Jamaica, retired. They went to St. Diego, but they are avid track fans. They go to Penn Relays every year, and they go to Champs every year. But you know, the hardest thing in around March or April in Jamaica is to get tickets for Champs. And they were determined to fly into Jamaica to go to Champs. And they relied on me to get the tickets. Well, it was easy. There's a guy named Dan Webby. So I go to Dan, I call Dan, and Dan says, talk to Camille. Camille will handle it. And so for several years, at Champs time, I'd call Dan, and sometimes I'd have to pay for the tickets. Sometimes Dan insisted that they are gratis. But that was the nature of the man. But he never went and tell anybody, oh, you're talking to me in the Senate and you're debating me, but remember you came and you got tickets for Champs for your friends. No. And neither before today am I going to say that we were having a debate in the Senate. And I mentioned a trip I made to St. Elizabeth. And how I had gotten all of these Robin, they call it Robin in St. Elizabeth, Robin mangoes. And Don expressed his love for Robin mangoes. So I had to go home. Reluctantly, I picked out the best dozen I could find and delivered them to Harbour Street, where I'm sure Don, I knew he received them, and I'm sure he enjoyed them. But that's the type of relationship we had. And that's the way we interacted. Fierce debate on the floor of the Senate, but family before and family after. I remember Dan insisting, Frank, that the overseas Jamaicans of 2nd and 3rd generations should be brought to Jamaica. And I remember him bringing a set here to this Senate. So his love for the country, there's no doubt about it. His vision for grace continues, and the legacy has been passed to Frank, but it came from the great Carlton Alexander, through Rafael Diaz, through Dougie O'Reilly, and through himself. And grace is strong and stronger today because of the service of people like Dan and those who went before him. And the baton has been passed in true relay style to Frank. Because one thing that Dan reflected on was succession planning. Succession planning while he was still junior, that led to him, and succession planning after, so that there'd be continuity. He was a visionary. We're going to miss him. Gone too soon, I've said about this patriot. Above all, President, he was a wonderful human being. And you want to see the real Dan Webby? Go look for a guy in the crowd at the stadium, just in a t-shirt, and a ganzi, and jeans. Down to earth. Anyone would come in and not recognize that that man is the one who has sponsored so many great athletes, so many gold medal winners. He didn't take himself too seriously. He just simply thought himself as a servant of the people. He served well. He deserved every honor that our country has bestowed on him. My friend, I suspect the angels have already welcomed you into paradise. We will miss you. You're gone, Dan, but you're not forgotten. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator Gill.
Thank you, President. You know, Senator Brown, Dunwebby would be very proud of you today. And I will tell you why later in my presentation. You know, I want to acknowledge and recognize his immediate family and members of the Grace family. And I offer my continuous condolences, because today we honor a Jamaican whose service to this Honourable Senate and his national life has been defined by integrity, discipline, and unwavering commitment to Jamaica. Senator Webby served this chamber with distinction. His contributions were always measured, well-reasoned, and grounded in genuine desire to see Jamaica realize its true potential. You know, President, he always exemplified bringing the private sector insight to these debates, but understanding a deep sense of national purpose. You know, noteworthy for part of his parliamentary legacy was always his support to start the State of the Nation debate. Whenever on this side we wanted to identify someone to start the debate, we never had to ask. Don would always give himself to start the debate. And we saw that as part of his legacy. And in doing the debate, he highlighted always the urgent need for sustained economic growth, fiscal prudence, and, you know, there's a common thread that for Jamaica to grow, Don always promoted that we must strengthen our institutions. And he reminded that these national debates were not merely procedural requirement, but always an opportunity to charge a positive direction for our country. Don was a person that believed in his country. And, you know, not only the State of the Nation debate, but I recall, and I went back to look at one of his presentations in the appropriations bill. And his contribution, he spoke powerfully, always about Jamaica's growth agenda. But one of the common theme, one of the common thread in Don's presentation was always around the need for productivity in Jamaica and how we measure productivity. If there was one voice in this country that spoke about national productivity consistently, it would have been Don Webby. And he must be remembered for that. President, you know, he championed policies. He was always one who stimulated investment and strengthened competitiveness. One of the things as a trade unionist I liked about Don Webby is that he was very forceful in advocating for employment generation and the protection of the working class. And as a private sector leader, it was always inspiring in my ears to hear someone from the private sector speaking about the working class. He believed in the working class, and he believed in the success of any organization would have been always dependent on the working class. And today I want to use the opportunity to encourage our private sector leaders to take a leaf out of the book of Don Webby in the promotion of the working class in this country. the Jamaica for him was for a productive Jamaica, a fair Jamaica, a Jamaica where the private sector embraces not only profitability, but responsibility. And he was always one who saw a Jamaica where good governance and discipline management was the underpinning of national progress. And so we saw that in his leadership at Grace Kennedy. He demonstrated what that vision looked like in practice. And, you know, Don consistently championed the protection and the advancement of the working class. But he said that to ensure corporate success, it must be matched by investment in people and communities. So he was far extending what this investment in this country ought to look like. And throughout his career, Senator Webby was unwavering in his advocacy for national productivity. He wanted a kind of revolution for productivity. He wanted consistently in his presentation, he would say, we have to raise the standards. We have to adopt modern practices. And we have to adopt innovation. That was the kind of person that you had in Don Webby. And, you know, today we pay tribute. We not only will recognize his achievements, but we have to acknowledge the example that he set. Because he never just spoke, he walked the walk. That was Don Webby. And his service is a model of principled leadership. You know, on a personal note, Don would always greet you and ask you about your family. He would ask me what the union is doing now. And he and I had a kind of arrangement that we had some shut-in delegates, some retired delegates. And every Christmas, Don would offer us some supplement that we could extend to these people. He's passing to the Senate. And I remember Senator Brown receiving one of the largest tins of corned beef that I've ever seen. But he was my neighbor in the Senate, only separated by this aisle. And I recall the number of sidebars we would have had. And for the long sittings, when you were hungry, Don always had a bag of sweetie. You know, you would never have known that.
That's unfortunate.
We were fortunate. Sometimes, though, we don't know how long that sweetie stayed in the bag. But we always had the opportunity to devour it. Now, there were two questions that Don would normally ask me that I refused to answer. One question was, Cav, how long do you think the Senate going to last today? And the first time he asked me that question, I said to him, but Don is a very small bill, you know, so I don't think we would have been here for so long. Well, that time we ended up at about 8 o'clock at night. And so, whenever time Don Webby asks me that question, I always say to Don, I am refusing to answer that question, Don, because the last time I answered that question, we stay here long. The second question that Senator Webby usually asks me, and I refuse to answer, when a certain senator on that side gets up and him asks me the question, is your friend, what's wrong with Lambert Brown today? I said, Don, I'm refusing to answer that question. Maybe you should ask Senator Lambert Brown that question. You know, Senator, the Honourable Donald Webby has served Jamaica with distinction. His contribution in this chamber, his leadership in the private sector, and his dedication to nation building will always remain an enduring part of our national record. On belief of this Honourable Senate, we offer our sincere appreciation for the work that he has done. Don, we owe you a lot. This country owes you more than you deserve. Rest well, my friend. Rest well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President General, Senator Gale, Senator Small Ferguson. I don't know where the small come from in this at all, I must tell you. I ask the members to recognize Senator Ferguson, who is on his maiden presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But I don't expect you to be overwhelmed by the occasion because your father has a long history in this parliament, and I'm sure that some of his experience would have worn off on you. So welcome to the Senate again.
I'd hope so,
Senator
Mr.
Ferguson.
President. Thank you very much.
And your father and I are friends, by the way.
That's good. I hope you'll be the same for us, I'm sure. Colleagues, I'm honored to rise today in my maiden speech to pay tribute to the late Honourable Don Webby, OJ, CD, and reflect on the lasting impact of his life and, importantly, his service to Jamaica. His contributions remain deeply relevant and will remain deeply relevant for generations to come. And I think it's very appropriate for this Honourable Senate to devote time today to acknowledge his legacy. I didn't have the privilege of serving with Don in this chamber. However, I've had the significant benefit of interacting with him in business. His reach is very far and wide, right? And I'll share with you some of the personal ways he has impacted me. You know, in the moments that I got to speak to him directly, I think someone else said it earlier, it was apparent that he had a deep interest in young people, right? And as a young man coming up in business, he oftentimes took the moment to greet me and to ask me a question. You know, how are things going? What's going on your side in business? And that stood out to me as an up-and-coming youngster. I mean, in those moments, there are several things that stood out. Right? I remember as an analyst going to Grace Kennedy AGMs, and his vision was always apparent year after year, regardless of the state of the economy, regardless of the state of the globe. There was always an idea that appeared bigger than life, right? And many of those ideas have been realized by the Grace Kennedy Group. He was very measured. I heard someone say earlier that he was slow to anger, and that was apparent. And he was authentic in how he dealt with others. His reputation for excellence wasn't only spoken about, it was embodied in his conduct, in the outcomes that he was able to engineer in business and in public life. You know, I spoke about the personal impact for me, and there are two things I'd share. I've spent several of the last years working with a lot of Grace Kennedy alums, right? Even though I didn't work at Grace myself. So you can appreciate, Frank, that Don is a constant feature in our conversations, right? And the wisdom that he has imparted as osmosis itself to me as a professional, right? So I want to thank Don for that. in the afterlife. The other thing that I'd share that is personal to me is a parallel that I've seen with Mr. Webby. I mean, naturally, as a giant in business, he has served as an inspiration for many of us in the second generation. And I remember watching an interview or reading something where Don said that he discovered his passion for business and accounting at St. George's College, right, when he was 15 or 16 years old. And I too attended St. George's College briefly for sixth form, but I too formed a love affair, having struggled between science and business, a love affair for business and finance and accounting at St. George's College. And interestingly, I actually attended sixth form at the same time as his son, Nicholas. So we're separated by a generation, but traveling along a similar path. Right? In over 3 decades of service to the Grace Kennedy Group, Don's impact is unquestionable. He has transformed the organization to remaining one of the most respected organizations here in Jamaica, but being a giant in the region and being representative of what Jamaica is capable of in business across the globe. Right. Grace was the first Jamaican company to be listed across all the 3 exchanges within the Caribbean, which is really, I think, representative of what is possible in terms of regional integration with respect to business and commerce and investment. Right? His work demonstrated principled leadership, but it also showed what can be achieved when you effectively combine business and align it with national purpose. So like the minister who spoke before me, he was certainly an inspiration that brought me here from the private sector. Right? In his public life, he stepped away from the boardroom, which undoubtedly was a sacrifice of sorts, to serve Jamaica. Right? He contributed to several things: the strengthening of the fiscal framework, improving public administration. There were several policies surrounding economic growth. But what resonates most with me, given my antecedents in finance and the capital markets, is the role he played in the development of the junior market of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, which has proven to be a tremendous success in expanding access to capital for small and medium-sized businesses, to supporting entrepreneurship, and certainly to job creation. Right? I mean, that is a lasting legacy in and of itself among his many accolades. President, I don't think anyone on either side would agree, or disagree rather, with the fact that Don is in every sense a patriot of Jamaica. Right? His passing represents a significant loss to this country, but a significant loss to his family, to the Grace Kennedy Group, to all who would have held him in some capacity or the other, mentor, friend. And, you know, Don has left an example, I think, for many of us, of how you can embody a commitment to nation building while still pursuing your endeavors in the private sector and business and commerce, to build a more resilient and stronger Jamaica. On behalf of myself, my family, I'd like to again extend condolences to those who are close to him, in particular his immediate family, his wife, Hillary, his children, Stephanie, Nicholas, Abigail, and of course the Grace Kennedy family. May his legacy continue to guide us, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ferguson. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I rise to make my contribution and tribute to Senator Don Reby, I wish to first of all recognize immediate family, his wife, children, as well as the Grace Kennedy family, and to express my condolences on his passing. Mr. President, Senator Fitzhenley, in his contribution, spoke to a connection that I had with Don Reby. I am getting into the story, sir. We met many years ago, and I would want to believe many persons who are in this chamber would not have met Senator Reby as early as I did. The meeting that I had with him is not one that would normally be associated with the name Don Reby, because Don Reby is known for his corporate involvement for the main part. My meeting with him was on a track at National Stadium in 1970, I think you said 78, I believe it was 77. Yes.
How could he forget?
Don represented St. George's College, and I the great Cornwall College. It was the 100 meters, hurdles. Yes, hurdles. One of those special type of events. I led for about 80 meters, Mr. President. When we got to the 100-meter line, Don was ahead of me, yes. He gained the gold medal. And you know, when I reflected, we were also with other good company, Lennox Graham, a coach of Kingston College, known for his achievements in track and field. Well, he came second, and I came third. You know, ever since that time, and coming to the Senate in 2016, where I again met up with Don, and we would reflect on that particular day. I said, Don, let us have a rematch. I wanted to turn the tables on him. But you know, well, it never materialized, Mr. President. It didn't materialize. And I won't put the blame on him, because I believe that both of us equally did not want it to materialize at the years that we had achieved at the time. I don't think it would be good for anybody's viewing. But although Don retired his spikes, he clearly did not give up on his love for the sport. And well, he was involved in so many sports. Horse racing, cricket, as we have heard, and of course, track and field. As the CEO of one of the largest corporate bodies in Jamaica, he made them, that is the Grace Kennedy Group, the primary sponsor of the boys and girls champs. And we know that that event has spawned many of our great champions that represent Jamaica at the highest level internationally. And Don did not just ensure that cash was put. He turned up at the events himself. And I believe that presence was an inspiration to those who were looking to say that somebody really cared about what we were doing at these events. And not only was he present when his voice had to be heard on any issue that related to the boys and girls champs, issues primarily that, in one particular event when he spoke out because of an issue that touched upon what persons were debating, was one involving a disciplinary matter. And Don spoke out. After many others would have spoken, but once he said what he had to say, the waters were calm. And that was done. Mr. President, he ensured that our top athletes became ambassadors of the Grace Kennedy Group. And they, in turn, would become mentors and a source of inspiration and support to other Jamaicans. And being from Montego Bay, Brianna Williams was one of those ambassadors, and she has connection with the city of Montego Bay. Her parents are from that city, and she has been into several of the communities, being supported by the Grace Kennedy Group in being a mentor to children and to provide them with support in other areas. Mr. President, Don was a giant in the private sector and equally made his contribution to public life as a minister of government and as well as a senator. And many have spoken about his involvement in those two areas. And as someone who intends to be concise, I can just say ditto. I concur, and I have nothing more to add because much has been said in respect to his involvement there. I admired his passion, his gentle and calm demeanor, his compassion and advocacy for integrity. As a member of the Senate, he considered bills, and he was objective, not partisan. He didn't get that from that. He was not clouded by partisan considerations, Mr. President, but what was in the best interest of Jamaica and its citizens. Don could easily be described as the ultimate patriot. On every occasion that we met, he wanted the details of the latest happenings in Montego Bay and Western Jamaica on a whole. And I had to ensure that I provided accurate information because although Don was from the east of Jamaica, he seemed to have known everything that was taking place in every nook and cranny. And he tested your knowledge on it. But he showed great interest in what was happening in Montego Bay, and I got the impression that he had a special love for Western Jamaica. And I want to believe if Don was present with the passing of Medisa, that he would have reached out, not only himself, but through the Grace Kennedy Group, in ensuring that the hardships that is being currently felt by many in that part of the island would be lifted by his involvement. Don was a man for every season. He exhibited love for people, he exhibited love for country. And though he walked with kings and queens, he never lost the humble touch, Mr. President. So as I reflect on his life and his contribution, I'm reminded of that famous quote of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And I quote, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." I think that was the mantra of Senator Don Webby. And Don did a lot during his life. And he's deserving, as Senator Brown said, of every award and accolade made to him. I salute Don Webby, and I believe that his legacy will live on, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Sinclair. Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Bernard. welcome to your feet in your maiden presentation, Senator Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to extend my condolences to the family of Don Webby, his friends, and all those who were close to him. I stand to give a tribute to Don Webby, the person who I knew not as corporate, but someone who would have shared, like I do, in promoting and advancing the power of social intervention as the way to transform Jamaica. I spent a number of years, Mr. President, working in a space that provides resources, technical direction to programs, NGOs, community-based organizations, individuals, provide support to interventions that would have had important impact on the transformation of our country and our people. And it is in this regard that I would have interacted with Don Webby, but not through this Grace Kennedy Limited and the CEO, but in our support during my tenure, previous to now, to organizations like the Grace and Staff Foundation. And so I came to know of him. We would have interacted in many spaces, outreach primarily, mainly launching social intervention programs. And I would have also interacted with the people who would have worked with him at the Grace and Staff Foundation. And I want to describe him in a particular way that we'll talk about social interventions in the academy. And Don Webby would have used strong business principles to create social value. The way in which he interacted through the Grace and Staff Foundation and interacted, with beneficiaries of the initiatives that came out of the Grace and Staff Foundation, you could see a different approach in how he utilized his strong knowledge of the business sector and how he translated that into creating social value. I would have heard my colleague, Senator Lambert Brown, earlier mentioned Don's keen interest in data at a time when we were supporting a number of social intervention programs and we could not determine whether or not those programs were having impact. Don had an important phrase that he would oftentimes use, and he would say, what gets measured is what gets done. And at that time in the space, we were talking a lot about evidence-based programming. And so his engagement in a very direct way with the Grace and Staff Foundation in particular would have transformed the operations of the foundation to ensure that it was evidence-driven and, in fact, it gets measured so it can get done. And he had done so in a number of moves that he made. And none of these moves that he made in terms of his engagement as CEO of Grace Kennedy Limited, none of these engagements that he made was in any attempt to micromanage the Grace and Staff Foundation, but in an attempt to demonstrate that he was keenly interested in what the foundation does. And so the foundation would know that they have his ears and they have his support. Two of the things I think that stood out at that time was his decision to have the manager, the CEO, as it is now, report directly to him. And when the opportunity presented itself, he took on the role as chairman of the Grace and Star Foundation as well. And I think that displayed his keen interest in the work that the foundation was doing, in really trying to transform through its initiatives the lives of Jamaicans. Mr. President, I see the minister. You would have been happy to know that one of the key interests of Don Webby was education. He was keen on the interventions of the Grace and Star Foundation and how, as he put it, how he would like to see these initiatives expand the opportunities for access to complete education. I think that in one conversation that I would have had with some of the staff members, he wanted that to be a legacy of his. Very keen on education and the opportunities that the Grace and Star Foundation would have provided for those opportunities to expand, to include more persons, accessing what he considered, what he called complete education. And so he would have worked closely with the team and designed a full suite of education intervention, social intervention programs that include field support, psychosocial support, parenting support, and academic guidance. But the important thing to note here is, again, committed to evidence-based programming and wanting to stay true to his mantra that what you get measured is what gets done. He worked closely with the team to increase the number of beneficiaries under this sophisticated comprehensive education intervention program from 500 to 1,000 between 2018 and 2020. And he pushed hard, worked hard with the team, and they did achieve it. Having served or having only 500 beneficiaries under the program in 2018, in 2020, it increased to 1,000, which was, in my mind, a very, very significant achievement, and his commitment to the data. And again, what get measures gets done. As I said earlier, we would have been engaged in a lot of outreach. If you know of the work of the foundation, a lot of outreach. And one of the things that I recognized that he enjoyed a lot, I want to say the most, but I'm going to say a lot, was to serve people. I would have heard from some of our presenters before that he would just be sitting in the stadium in a regular jersey. He wouldn't even know that this was the great Don Webby. But he loved to serve on these outreach programs. And he would encourage his staff, his corporate staff that is, to join in, to come out with him, and to serve on many of these outreach programs. He particularly enjoyed the Christmas treats, where he would serve the seniors and the most vulnerable. But he would not only serve, he would get to know them and they would get to know him. First name. First name. That's the kind of way in which he engaged. And he enjoyed this immensely. I recall during the construction of the new headquarters that Don insisted that an appropriate percentage of the labor comes from the community. He wanted to ensure that they were engaged and they were a part, because that is how he sees the Grace Kennedy Foundation as a part of the community. And it happened because he insisted and he shared that value or that vision of Grace Kennedy to be a truly community industry. Even at the opening ceremony of the new headquarter building, he would have invited a beneficiary to share with all the dignitaries who were in attendance. Again, wanted to project that holistic value of the foundation. And it was something that he would have not had any other way. At the opening of the building, a lot of dignitaries, but a member of the community was given a prime platform to show what Grace Kennedy's holistic approach was and how keen and focused he was on community. He was CEO of Grace Kennedy, but he, again, not micromanaging, he would ensure that people who would have written to him directly with proposals or with requests, that some follow-up was done. Remember, he was always out there, was interacting, people knew him. He would respond and ensure that follow-ups were done because, again, he recognized the importance of what he does for the community and how it is that he wanted to project a legacy. Mr. President, I believe that Senator Webby offered new meaning, if not a new appreciation for the moniker One Don. Yeah. One Don. One Don. And this is not in the pejorative, but really in the immense love and the respect that communities show to him and the love and respect that he gives in return. And so, Mr. President, I joined with my colleagues and I say, hail the man, Don Webby, OJ, CD. May his soul rest in peace and life perpetually shines upon him.
Thank you very much, Senator Bernard, for that very insightful perspective. Senator Shireen 1E Golden Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I almost feel like I'm going to sort of repeat what has been said here today, but I want to focus on an aspect of Don that I watched for the entire time that I knew him, and that is his example of what I believe patriotism, true patriotism, should look like. Don was always quiet to me. He wasn't a noise maker, always consistent, always dependable, and always reliable. I do not recall an occasion, however trite the matter was, of calling him, and if I didn't get an answer to the call, I got a return call or a return message. No matter whatever height he held, he never forgot to offer common courtesy and respect to you, no matter who you were. Don's leadership in business was also, as many have spoken of, not just about profit, but about building a stronger nation, empowering workers, and supporting communities, as we heard in the examples from Senator Bernard. He was very much, as Minister Dixon, Morris Dixon said, he was very much about Jamaican industry excelling on the world stage. He used his influence to open doors for others, championing education and sports. But Don was also a proponent and a promoter of integrity in national development. In every role he has held, Don Webby has demonstrated that loving Jamaica means investing in its people, believing in its potential, and working every day to leave it better than you found it. His legacy reminds us that true patriotism is proven not in words, but in actions. And Don's actions have been seen, Mr. President. One of the most noteworthy examples for me, and there have been many that have been shared here this afternoon, is when I think back to September of 2007 and the then formation of a new government which had just been elected. Don was at the time the deputy CEO of the Grace Kennedy Group. And incidentally, he had been elevated to that position, I think, about a year, maybe just more than a year before that September 2007 election. But he was most definitely seen then as the heir apparent, as the person who would succeed the legendary Douglas O'Reilly. In spite of the challenging demands that confronted him, and Minister Dixon spoke about this being inspiring to her, in terms of his own future and that of his company, he was invited to and accepted the invitation to join the cabinet, and he did it by taking a leave of absence in order to serve as senator and minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. I was fortunate then to know Don. I, in fact, got to know him because of that experience as I served really as a legislative aide to the then leader of government business in the Senate. But Don had made it clear from the outset that he could only serve in that capacity for no more than 2 years. And I'm talking about that part of his service, Mr. President, because the entrance of Don Webby to the Cabinet of Jamaica at the time was a strategic move. From as early as the mid-2007, that very year, there were clear signs that the global financial landscape was heading into turmoil, with a large number of subprime mortgage companies in the United States then filing for bankruptcy. And even if you recall, the behemoth-like Bear Stearns eventually was forced to do the same thing that following year in March 2008. By that time as well, the contagious effect of the crisis in the US had spread to Europe and Asia, and everybody knows now it became the worst global financial crisis since the Great Depression of 75 years before at that time. Jamaica's precarious fiscal situation and its heavy reliance on the international capital market, as well as the impact that would be felt on critical sectors like tourism and bauxite, left it in a very vulnerable position. And then in came Don Webby. Don's principal assignment in the cabinet was to help Jamaica to navigate this ferocious storm, a task for which his training in finance and his experience as a leader in the Grace Kennedy Group with its global reach would prove to be invaluable. The global crisis, Mr. President, did not leave Jamaica unscathed. Hardly any country in the world escaped its wrath. In fact, all but one of our own bauxite and alumina plants were shuttered due to plummeting demand and commodity prices, and our economy, in fact, declined by 5.7% over the next 3 years before returning to modest growth in 2011. But, Mr. President, I ask this Honourable Senate to recognize that Jamaica's experience could have been so much worse. A large number of financial institutions across the world, big and small, collapsed, wiping out the assets of investors and life savings of millions of ordinary people. Not one financial institution in Jamaica went under. And I ask this Senate to join me in recognizing the credit that must be given to Don Webby, who skillfully helped to guide Jamaica through what was for us unprecedented turbulence. Mr. President, Jamaica owes a debt of gratitude to her son, Don Webby, who, knowing him, would probably casually brush that aside and say it was my privilege to serve my country. I, Mr. President, was grateful to have known him and will always be thankful to him for his own personal warmth and love towards me and my family. It was mutual, Don. May his soul rest in peace, Mr. President, and may his family always be comforted by his very patriotic legacy. May it please you.
Senator Duncan, another deputant, please recognize him.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Right. Mr. President, sir, thank you very much. And colleagues, the Senate family, because I hear we're one family, one Jamaica family, right? I feel compelled to speak. I feel I have a duty to share some words because of who Don Webby was, who Don Webby was for Jamaica, who Don Webby was for the private sector, who Don Webby was for the people of Jamaica. I think I have to say a few words, right? I hadn't planned to speak because they have me so busy as co-chair of this private sector, Melissa Recovery, keeping me really busy. So, you know, we really want, but I have to say a few words this morning. I really stand here on the shoulders of Don Webby, on what he has brought to this house and to Jamaica. And I believe when Don passed and when Don was left the Senate, and I was asked, one of the driving reasons for me taking on this role was because I believe I had a responsibility to do so and stand on the shoulders of Don Webby, right? Because he and I were friends, we were like-minded, we wanted the best for Jamaica, we didn't have a political lens that we looked through. We saw sitting in this honorable house as service to Jamaica, as service to Jamaica. And I do endorse the policies of the government of Jamaica, of which I am a senator, and will always continue to serve as a senator in the best interests of Jamaica. So Don was a nationalist, a patriot, a private sector leader. The Carlton Alexander, the private sector, founded the private sector organization of Jamaica. I have served as the president of the PSOJ, and the Grace Kennedy Group has always had representation within the PSOJ, keeping it growing active as an umbrella organization for private sector groups. And Don has always been in the wings, keeping us on our toes in the private sector organization of Jamaica. We have Frank, James, who is here today, Gail Solomon, who is here today, who both occupy positions within the PSOJ at this point in time. Don ensured that there was always a presence within the private sector organization of Jamaica of the Grace Kennedy Group. So I have worked very closely with Don on his philanthropic efforts, also my own philanthropic efforts, because Don was a great supporter of even projects like Project Star, which continues to deliver for the people of Jamaica, and the support of the Grace Kennedy Group has been tremendous in that regard. Don's sacrifice for this country, as was said before, putting his career on hold to become a minister in one of the most challenging times in Jamaica's history, in terms of economic history. It is, you know, that level of sacrifice is not ordinary, right? And I remember while he was in the Ministry of Finance, a minister within the Ministry of Finance, I had worked along with the Jamaican financial sector and got alignment and agreement around doing a debt swap, because we did not see that the economy would be sustainable unless we were able to do some kind of debt swap. Right, so I found myself in Don Webby's office at the Ministry of Finance, and I said, Don, and I had a few of the members with me, this is the debt arrangement. And they had no clue, the government did not have a clue that we were working to get the alignment of the financial sector to swap their bonds in at a discount. We presented it to Don. About half an hour later, I was in Bruce Golding's office, right, as the Prime Minister of Jamaica, because this was one of the prerequisites for the IMF deal, which was a debt swap was a prerequisite, but they did not know how to bring that to the financial sector to say, you need to go and swap in your bonds, take a discount, lose a lot of money, so that Jamaica can be sustainable, on a sustainable path. This was one of the first debt exchange, then came NDX, and these were important where the financial sector came together, and that's why I'm happy to see Raman over there, because we know we have work to do, right? In terms of how, with the reforms that are necessary for the country to go forward, right? So, as we go forward, and that was very important because that was a critical milestone in one, having a debt swap, the JDX, that you could then replicate with an index which became necessary at a particular point in time. This was on the heels of the fiscal responsibility framework, which was laid out from in around 2010 under the Bruce Golding administration, and then which the further sacrifice and balancing the books and balancing people's life of the Portia Simpson Miller administration that built on, this has been a journey to get us to where we are today, macroeconomic stability. And Don Webby leadership has been a big part of why we are where we are today. Don and I also share the passion of horse racing, right? So I was really happy to see a few years before that his prize filly, Atomica, was able to win the Jamaica Derby, the Jamaica Cup, and a whole heap of things that win a whole lot of money, prize money. I have not been able to achieve that as yet, right? So, you know, I'm really happy for Don because it was passion. Don will be there kissing up the horses, right? in the winning enclosure. You know, I said, Don, you're going a little far there now, my brother. You know, but I'd like to thank his family because to serve in this house, you know, as somebody spoke to about this thing can get to all 8 o'clock in the night and even longer, right? That's a lot of time And that's opportunities that, I mean, we, you know, as private sector leaders, we have work to do. So the sacrifice that Don made to be here, it was tremendous also, you know. So when he asked the question, what time you think this is going to wrap up, right? No, I quite understand. But he was willing to serve in the best interest of his country at the highest level in this honorable house. And for that, I have to pay a tribute to Don Webby again, right? I want to thank his family because I know the sacrifice and the amount of work that Don Webby has put in for this country, for Grace Kennedy, for all his philanthropic efforts. I'd like to thank his family for giving him to Jamaica, right? It is appreciated. So again, I am here standing on very powerful shoulders and building on the powerful legacy of the Honourable O.J. C.D. Donald George Webby. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Duncan. Senator Tavares Finch, another deputant.
Mr. President, I want to welcome the friends and family of Mr. Don Webby, in particular Yelma Solomon, who I know personally, and of course Mr. Frank James, who our sons play football together. Mr. President, I stand before you today to pay tribute to a man whose leadership, integrity, and vision have helped to shape not only one of Jamaica's most respected companies, but also the direction of my own life. I speak, of course, about Mr. Don Webby, a name that has become synonymous with steady leadership and unwavering commitment to national development. Many Jamaicans know Don Webby as a distinguished CEO, a strategist, and a guardian of the values that guided Grace Kennedy for generations. Under his stewardship, the company had continued to expand its global footprint while maintaining the cultural authenticity and community focus that make it a beloved Jamaican institution. But what has always struck me most about him is something deeper than corporate success. It is the way he carried himself, with humility, discipline, and an obvious love for his country. In an era when leadership is often defined by noise, ego, or spectacle, Don Webby had always reminded us that true leadership is quiet, consistent, principled work. He showed that influence does not come only from holding public office or commanding a microphone, but it can come from being a steward of people, a builder of institutions, and a voice of reason. As I watched him over the years, through interviews, public contributions, and of course, my time serving with him on the JAMPRA board and the example he set within the business community, I found myself absorbing lessons I didn't even realize I was learning at the time. Lessons about discipline, about preparation, about the courage to make decisions knowing that they may not always be popular, but must always be right, Mr. President.
Most of all, I learned that leadership is service. Don Webby has always emphasized the importance of giving back to Jamaica through education, community development, and creating opportunities for our young people. And it was this philosophy of service that resonated with me most powerfully. It planted a seed in me, the belief that each of us has the responsibility to leave our beloved country better than we found it. For a long time, I admired this from a distance. I thought leadership like his was reserved for boardrooms, corporate corridors, and major institutions. But gradually, I realized something important. His example wasn't telling me to follow his path. It was telling me to follow my own path, to find a place where I could serve Jamaica with the same sense of commitment. That realization is what influenced my decision to enter politics. I didn't step into public life because I dreamed of power and visibility. I stepped into it because I saw in Don Webby a model of leadership grounded in purpose. I saw that you can be firm without being harsh, ambitious without losing your values, and successful without leaving your community behind. I saw a man who navigated challenges with calm and clarity, who uplifted others and who reminded us that leadership is not a performance. It is an ethic. When people ask me what inspired me to take this journey, I often say that politics for me is simply another avenue to serve my country. In many ways, it is the lessons I learned from observing Don Webby that gave me the courage to take that step. His example showed me that Jamaica needs leaders, both in the private sector and in public life. We are guided by integrity, accountability, and a commitment to long-term national growth. He taught me that progress is not built on slogans or quick wins, but on hard work, thoughtful planning, and a willingness to put Jamaica's interests above personal ambition. He taught me that leadership is not about being the loudest voice in the room, but about being the most consistent, the most honest, and the most committed. And so today, as I reflect on my own path, I say with gratitude that Don Webby is more than a corporate leader. He's an example of the kind of Jamaican who inspires others to step forward and serve. Mr. President, in honoring him, we honor the values that Jamaica desperately needs: integrity, discipline, humility, and a vision for a better future. These are values that transcend politics, transcend business, and transcend generations. Mr. Webby, thank you for your service, your leadership, and your example. Thank you for showing us that excellence is not an act, but a habit, and that leadership is not a title, but a calling. You may never know the full extent of the lives you've touched or the paths you've shaped, but I stand here today as living proof that your influence reaches further than you can imagine. I choose not simply to comment on Jamaica's problems, but to be a part of the solution. Because of you, I learned that leadership begins with character. I found the courage to enter public life with a sense of purpose rather than fear. Mr. President, let us continue to celebrate leaders like Don Webby, leaders who remind us that Jamaica's future is bright, not because of what we say, but because of the people who choose to quietly diligently, passionately build it every single day. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And I thank you all the members who contributed to this debate. I am to indicate that Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith, Senator Hill, and Senator Scott Motley all send their regards and condolences, respects to Don's family, friends, members of the Grace Kennedy family, and indicate that their absence was unavoidable. And had they been here, they would have contributed. I ask the members to rise and stand, acknowledge the passing of Senator Don Webby, the Honourable Don Webby, OJ, CD, in a minute of silence. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him. Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to have prepared the transcript of today's proceedings, prepared, and a copy sent to his family and also the Grace Kennedy family. I'm going to just permit the members of the Grace Kennedy representatives here and members of Mr. Webby's family to leave. Statements by ministers. Minister, would you recognize the members of UNESCO for me, please, and your staff?
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'll let the minister explain. Minister, the question that Senator Brown is asking is if you're giving two statements.
All right, good. Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Just noting, I have two statements. I have the general statement on Hurricane Melissa, and I also have the one on education. I will put them together and just do one statement. So I'll just go through. I'll only speak once. I have to acknowledge, Mr. President, a number of individuals who are here. And I thank them for their patience. It was really important for us to honor Don Webby today. We have with us from the Ministry of Education, Dr. Kassan Troop, the Permanent Secretary. We have Mrs. Terry Ann Thomas Gale, the Acting Chief Education Officer. We have other senior reps from the ministry, including Mrs. Vivian Johnson, Carrie Brown, Latoya Harris-Garrity from the National Education Trust. From the ODPEM, we also have Commander Gale, who is the Director General, and we have Ms. Sophia Mitchell, also here from ODPEM. In terms of Ministry of Labor, we also have Audrey Deere-Williams, who is CTD in that ministry, who has responsibility for Social Security. We also have a rep from the NWC, Mr. Delano Williams, who is acting corporate public relations manager. And then we have some very special guests here with us from UNICEF, who is a key partner with us in education. We have Olga Isesa, who just came from the airport straight here, who is the country representative for UNICEF. We have Mohammed, who is our deputy country rep for UNICEF. There is Dr. Tortello, who is our education specialist at UNICEF. And you have Marianne Badas, child protection officer with UNICEF. Those are all the guests, Mr. President, and we welcome them and we thank them for being here with us today. Mr. President, senators, leaders from the ministries. Sorry.
Yes.
Complete your presentation, Minister. Sorry about that. Could you just indicate when you are transitioning from the general statement on the hurricane to your specific portfolio on education, because we are going to have two separate responses to the statement.
Yeah, just to indicate,
I will.
to indicate, Senator Morris, we did recognize this, you know, so the two responses will accept a general response from yourself, I would imagine, and then from your portfolio personals. And for the benefit of the new members of the Senate, in doing so, it gives the person who is responding a longer time to ask their question by way of what is referred to as a run-up. Minister, thank you.
Right. Yes, thank you. Mr. President, senators, leaders from the various ministries, departments, and agencies that are represented here, members of the international community, my fellow Jamaicans watching at home and abroad. On Tuesday, October 28, 2025, Jamaica endured one of the most punishing natural disasters in our modern history. Hurricane Melissa made landfall near New Hope in Westmoreland as a Category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and a minimum central pressure of 892 millibars. Its force was so immense that seismographs hundreds of miles away registered its passage. Mr. President, it literally shook the earth. Melissa is the first ever Category 5 hurricane to make a direct hit on Jamaica, surpassing the previous benchmark set by Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, which made landfall as a Category 3. What we experienced 3 short weeks ago was unprecedented and unpredictable in nature. Melissa crossed the island with catastrophic winds and many feet of torrential rain, inflicting widespread damage, most severely across St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, Manchester, St. James, Trelawney, and St. Anne. I acknowledge the immense trauma felt by so many who lost their homes and their livelihoods. I also salute our first responders, public servants, local authorities, community leaders, and volunteers who have worked around the clock to protect life and begin the recovery. Many began their work in the days leading up to landfall. Many continued their service during Melissa's passage and immediately after. Our essential workers did not waver in our hour of national hardship. In keeping with the Disaster Risk Management Act, on October 29, 2025, the government formally declared the entire island a disaster area, upgrading the status from a threatened area as declared on October 24, 2025. These orders under the Disaster Risk Management legal framework activated the powers needed to prioritize life-saving actions, open emergency funding channels, and coordinate an all-of-government response. We also issued mandatory evacuation orders for specified high-risk communities in the immediate lead-up to landfall. These decisions were taken on the advice of the Meteorological Service and ODPEM to save lives and expedite the restoration phases now underway. Mr. President, it is important for the Senate to know that long before Hurricane Melissa made landfall, the government had moved decisively to prepare the nation for its arrival. From the moment the Meteorological Service signaled the potential for rapid intensification and the possibility of a direct strike, all national response protocols were activated and the country was placed on high alert. Early warnings were issued by ODPEM and the Met Service. Emergency communication channels were engaged to deliver timely, accurate updates. And as forecasts worsened, we escalated our preparedness, posture, and public advisories. Hundreds of designated shelters, which were schools, churches, and community centers, were opened and manned by trained personnel with relief supplies pre-positioned in the most vulnerable parishes. Simultaneously, the government engaged the food, fuel, and transport sectors to safeguard supply chains, while the Fair Trading Commission and consumer agencies monitored markets to uphold the zero-tolerance stance against exploitation of Jamaicans during this period. Public communication remained constant and transparent, with frequent press briefings and emergency bulletins emphasizing vigilance, community support, and protection of the vulnerable. Mr. President, we had over 7 days of consecutive press briefings starting on October 21, 2025. Every single day, we had these briefings. Every single day, we had many ministers speaking about our preparedness for the hurricane. I have to pause and thank members of the media who carried the briefing many times live at the expense of critical revenue. They dispatched teams even during the passage of the storm. In fact, I had some media houses that had their representatives sleeping at ODPEM so that they could disseminate information to the Jamaican people as quickly as possible. I also want to, in his absence, make special recognition of the head of the Meteorological Service, Mr. Evan Thompson. Jamaica watched a lot of these press conferences because they wanted to hear what Evan was going to say and where the hurricane was going. And he is definitely an expert, and we were guided every step of the way by the Met Service. Mr. President, the government approached this storm with seriousness, urgency, and unity of purpose to protect life, preserve order, and prepare our people for the fury of a Category 5 hurricane. Jamaica's response was undoubtedly admirable. We stood united in faith and purpose as one people. Though the damage was immense, our proactive measures ensured Jamaica faced Hurricane Melissa with the greatest possible state of readiness to safeguard our people and enable a rapid transition into relief and recovery. And Mr. President, as a part of the administration, I think that needs to be said again, that we did a lot of work to ensure that we faced Hurricane Melissa in as best a position as we possibly could. Mr. President, as we move forward from the initial shock of Hurricane Melissa, the government's response has been guided by a clear, structured, and disciplined framework. We are pursuing recovery through 4 overlapping phases: immediate relief, emergency relief, stabilization and recovery, and long-term reconstruction and rebuilding. Each phase carries distinct priorities, but all share a single purpose: protecting the lives and dignity of our people and restoring our nation with greater resilience than before. It is important to also emphasize the overlapping nature of the phases. So you don't go from one to the next. You are actually having them overlap. The scale and magnitude of this disaster necessitates a posture and mode of agility. Several activities, therefore, must be executed in parallel. The immediate relief phase began even before the hurricane had fully passed. In those critical hours, our priority was to safeguard lives and maintain essential order. Search and rescue operations were initiated in affected communities as soon as it was safe for teams to be deployed. Emergency shelters continued to operate at scale, ensuring food, potable water, and medical service for displaced families. Our uniformed services secured critical infrastructure, while ODPEM, municipal disaster teams, and volunteers coordinated life-saving interventions. This phase focused on urgent humanitarian needs, clearing access routes for emergency response personnel, and stabilizing high-risk areas to prevent secondary loss of life. We then entered the emergency relief phase, which we're still in, more on the tail end of it. This phase includes clearing and reopening primary road corridors, accelerating the restoration of power and water systems, and expanding mobile and community-level distribution of relief supplies. We have also mobilized medical outreach to shelters and affected districts, while ensuring psychosocial support for children, elderly persons, and vulnerable families. International humanitarian assistance, including airlifted supplies and technical teams, began to arrive and integrate with Jamaica's national response system during this stage. The central aim of this phase is to relieve suffering, reestablish safe access to communities, and stabilize essential services across the island. Mr. President, I'm pleased to note that as it stands, all marooned communities are now accessible, and the ODPEM had pointed that out a couple days ago. Over 133,000 food packages and hygiene kits have been distributed island-wide. Over 61,000 relief supplies have been distributed with the support of JDF Air Wing and Ground Fleet. JDF has done a fantastic job delivering, especially to areas that have been difficult to reach. 70% of all JPS customers have been restored as of earlier this week. And last night we were so happy and pleased to see power restored in Negril, which is, we had thought that would have taken a much longer time, but thanks to the work of Minister Vaz and the JPS in response, we now have power in Negril. With respect to water, 76% of NWC customers have access. Over 90% of all blocked roads have been cleared. And in fact, it's less than 30 roads that remain closed, and I believe by today it will be much less than that. 73% of Digicel mobile sites are online as of today at 10 a.m. They sent me their update as I was preparing to speak. And these sites serve over 90% of their daily active users, and they point out that they've actually seen an uptick in service use since Hurricane Melissa. In terms of flow, 70% of their mobile customers have been restored. Mr. President, we are well on the way in the emergency relief phase, and to accelerate this phase, further funding has been deployed. In addition to the $1.5 million that was allocated to each constituency before Hurricane Melissa to support preparedness and early response activities, an additional $1.5 million per constituency was also made available after that initial sum has been utilized. Furthermore, there have been targeted top-ups for hardest hit parishes. So we've not just allocated funds to everyone, but you focus on the parishes that have been most affected. So those are St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, and Trelawney, and they all received an additional $5 million per constituency. Manchester, St. Anne, and Clarendon received an additional $2.5 million per constituency. And these funds are intended to give MPs some resources to work to address local relief, small repairs, and constituency level support. That's in addition to all the other work that the Ministry of Labour, ODPEM, have been doing in the areas. In addition to that, we've provided $2 million per constituency to manage water trucking in the most affected areas. And we've also allocated $1.5 million for selected communities where we know there are significant water challenges, and others have also gotten a $1 million allocation. In addition, 4,000 to 5,000 water tanks will be distributed in the most affected communities depending on need, with special attention focusing on schools, families with young children, and the elderly. A constituency-based building support program is also being implemented through constituency allocations. And so $10 million per constituency has been allocated to the hardest hit parishes of St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, and Trelawney. And $5 million has been allocated to others with significant damage, such as St. Anne, Manchester, and Clarendon. And $3 million has been allocated in all other parishes. This is in addition, Mr. President, to our forthcoming National Building Grant Program and separate NHT support, where we have moratoria, low-interest loans, and grants to NHT contributors. Earlier this week, Mr. President, Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness announced that the National Housing Trust will be purchasing 5,000 container, or they prefer to call it modular homes, for Jamaicans impacted by the weather event. We know shelter is a problem. I mean, when you go into Westmoreland, for example, and you're driving, it's just mile after mile of destruction. It feels as if there's no house really left untouched in so many parts of Western Jamaica. And so it's very important that we work to assist those who need that assistance. And so we've already authorized the purchase of those, that initial sum of houses, but we're going to be doing much more, and we'll be announcing more as the assessments take place and we understand how many individuals do need government support in terms of housing. Mr. President, the next phase will be the stabilization and recovery phase, which we've actually really started, and that focuses on helping families and businesses regain a sense of normalcy and restoring the foundations of daily life. This includes the full reopening of schools, which I will treat with later. Mr. President, the final phase, the reconstruction and rebuilding phase, will ensure that Jamaica emerges stronger than before. This phase will see major capital works aimed at rebuilding and climate-proofing critical infrastructure, including roads, bridges, water treatment plants, health facilities, and power and telecommunications networks. Housing reconstruction will prioritize stronger building standards, improved drainage, land use guidance, and support for formal construction. Throughout this phase, we'll apply the principle of building forward better, ensuring that public investments not only replace what was lost, but reduce risk and improve resilience against future climate-related events. This is the phase where we overcome the adversity caused by this shock and come out ahead with modernized frameworks on long-term planning for better resilience against the future shocks that will inevitably come. To that end, Mr. President, the government will therefore establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA. This is a statutory body with special powers to lead, coordinate, fast-track, and oversee national reconstruction, reporting directly to the Office of the Prime Minister. The NARA will focus on building back better, safer homes, climate-resilient infrastructure, better land use planning, and relocation from high-risk zones. The NARA will be much larger in scope and scale than others that we have seen before. And given the extraordinary powers that will be sought to expedite reconstruction, the NARA will be set up with a sunset date of 5 years, renewable by Parliament. NARA will not maintain the status quo. Mr. President, the NARA will have special powers to accelerate planning approvals, procurement, public investment, and implementation, reducing delays for priority reconstruction projects in designated special reconstruction areas. And Mr. President, that's very important. We know the procurement guidelines that we currently have really stymied many projects. But if we're going to rebuild and rebuild stronger and rebuild as quickly as possible, we are going to have purpose-built legislation that is going to allow us to have procurement rules that will allow us to move more quickly. Mr. President, let me take a step back and walk you through the big picture vision of NARA. There is both national and international precedent for adopting this kind of arrangement. Around the world, special purpose reconstruction entities have been created to manage recovery from major disasters. For example, we have in New Orleans, following Hurricane Katrina in 2005, they set up a body similar to our NARA. In Canterbury, New Zealand, after the 2011 Christchurch earthquake, and in Japan in 2011 after the devastating earthquake and tsunami. Jamaica itself has followed a similar path. After Hurricane Ivan, then Prime Minister P.J. Patterson established the Office of National Reconstruction, ONR, as a dedicated unit to coordinate relief, rehabilitation, and rebuilding efforts. The ONR operated as a special coordinating mechanism within the executive. It was not created by an act of Parliament, but it nonetheless provided a central point of leadership, streamlined decision-making, and improved collaboration among ministries, agencies, and international partners. NARA is therefore a more complex setup, as legislation will be brought to the Houses of Parliament for deliberation. Mr. President, oversight will be robust. A high-level public-private advisory board chaired by the Prime Minister will be established. There will be persons on the board with expertise and experience in engineering, finance, planning, procurement, and project management. And I should note, I've been working with our international partners, especially the World Bank, in looking at what's the best framework for doing reconstruction. And so we've not sat by ourselves and come up with this. We've actually worked with experts in this area to come up with this mechanism. We've also been giving thought to having the National Partnership Council be that overarching body that would be overseeing the redevelopment after Hurricane Melissa. And that's a very good body to have oversee it, because it does have Senator Lambert Brown on it. To safeguard our development gains, we must move forward under a new dispensation, Mr. President, and we believe that NARA will be a good mechanism through which we can effect the reconstruction. Mr. President, it is clear that Hurricane Melissa will have a profound economic impact on our country. The storm struck the heart of Jamaica's productive belt. It tore through our breadbasket parish of St. Elizabeth. It disrupted our tourism corridor stretching from Westmoreland through St. James and into Trelawney and St. Anne. And it inflicted heavy damage on housing, community infrastructure, commercial operations, and public utilities across multiple parishes. Thousands of households now face the loss of homes, crops, equipment, and small enterprises. This is not only a humanitarian crisis, it is a shock to livelihoods, incomes, and local economies. Mr. President, detailed damage assessments are still being finalized. But based on estimates from the World Bank, approximately US $8.8 billion has been lost. That's in capital loss, US $8.8 billion. And that's the assessment coming from the World Bank and the IDB. In other words, Mr. President, in excess of 40% of fiscal year 24-25 GDP has been wiped out in the span of one day by one hurricane. This is only infrastructure damage, though. When you hear that US $8.8 billion figure, it is only infrastructure damage. It does not include lost economic opportunity. So it doesn't look at the loss that we see from the tourism industry being closed in many parts of the country. That's not included in that US $8.8 billion. So the number, if we look at the overall impact that PIOJ will give, it will be significantly higher than that. And I know, Senator Duncan, when you see that number and you think about it being 40% of last year's GDP, you see what disaster we are facing. Mr. President, we anticipate a temporary slowdown in economic activity, particularly in the most affected parishes. Agricultural output will decline in the short term as farmers replant and livestock operations recover. The tourism sector, while resilient and working swiftly to reopen, will require targeted support to restore capacity and confidence. Small and medium-sized enterprises, especially those in retail, manufacturing, services, and the creative industries, have sustained significant losses and will need liquidity and recovery support to rebuild inventories, repair facilities, and restart operations. Mr. President, this means that revenues will decline as economic activity slows, even as expenditures must increase to finance emergency relief, recovery, and reconstruction. This will place pressure on our fiscal targets. In this regard, it will become necessary to activate the lawful provisions under Section 48C of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, which allow for the temporary suspension of the fiscal rules in circumstances of national emergency or extraordinary economic disruption. Unfortunately, Mr. President, we must expect a rise in the debt-to-GDP ratio in the short to medium term as resources are channeled into rebuilding for resilience. And you're correct. That's why we shouldn't party with the red money. And that's why it was so important, the work that has been done to secure our fiscal accounts. And importantly, Mr. President, we were at 62% debt to GDP ratio at the end of the last fiscal year. That was 2 years earlier than we would have expected to be there. We were on a fantastic track with the lowest unemployment we had seen in history and the highest level of net international reserves. We were really on our wonderful path. And then we have Hurricane Melissa. But the good thing is, because of that path we were on, we are best placed to recover from Hurricane Melissa. So, Mr. President, it is Jamaica's record of disciplined fiscal management that provides the credibility and space to respond decisively. We have been building in fiscal buffers over many financial years for such an event. Following Hurricane Melissa, Jamaica will receive a full payout of US $150 million under the catastrophe insurance coverage. Funds will be disbursed on December 1, 2025. And while we talk a lot about this bond, is the one you talk about the most, we have several layers that have been activated, several insurance layers. And together, these amounts will total approximately US $650 million. Earlier this week, the Prime Minister has signaled that it is likely that the government of Jamaica will have to borrow to finance reconstruction. The $650 million funds only represent roughly 7.3% of what we lost. So I hear a lot of talk about, oh, there's all this money coming in. But it's not really so. US $8.8 billion in losses, and that's just infrastructure losses. But if you look at the insurance payments, we're nowhere near that level. As a result of the numbers before us, we must be open to other financing options. And we're actually currently working with the IMF, and through the IMF's Rapid Financing Facility, we also have immediate access to approximately $500 million in credit to supplement existing funds. Mr. President, I'm going to move from here into education. There's a lot more I could have said, but given that there are two statements, I'm going to stop there on the general piece until I get to the end. Mr. President, as I now turn to the education system. The education system was not spared Melissa's wrath. Assessments are still underway, but we already know that many schools, especially in the western parishes, have been severely damaged or destroyed, and others across the island have been affected. To date, we have recorded 21 public tertiary institutions and 679 schools as having been impacted. To allow for management and efficiency, the nature of the impact has been categorized in 3 priority areas as follows. Priority 1, severe damage, which may affect school opening. Priority 2, moderate damage, where you need significant repairs, but these schools can operate while repairs are being done. And priority 3, minor damage. Schools can operate while repairs are also being done there. Within these categories, Mr. President, there are 239 priority 1 institutions. That's a whole heap of institutions. And some of these schools, Mr. President, I will tell you, when you go there, you don't see a school. The hurricane has completely destroyed it. We have one that just, you go there, you don't see it. You see the wall to the school and you see no evidence of the school. You just see some foundation, and that's what tells you there was a school there at one point. 339 are priority 2 institutions that had moderate damage, and 101 are priority 3 institutions. The majority of our priority 1 institutions are in the affected parishes, as we know. Region 3, which is St. Anne and Trelawney. Region 4, for us in education, these are the regions we use. St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland. And Region 5, St. Elizabeth and Manchester. And that's where we had the greatest damage from the hurricane overall. It should, however, be noted that every educational region experienced damage. There was damage in St. Andrew, there was damage in Portland, there was damage across the entire country. But I want this chamber to not only think of the schools, but also the students and the staff who use these structures. Approximately 111,177 students, a total of 111,000 students and approximately 5,000 staff members have had their daily routine disrupted and their lives upended. And this is across our public institutions. But Mr. President, many of our private independent schools have also been severely impacted by Hurricane Melissa. Reports to date indicate that 126 of the 520 independent schools have been impacted. Many of these institutions, though private, have been partners of the ministry, supporting thousands of students, staff, and families across Jamaica. Many have experienced significant damage to their infrastructure, learning resources, and essential services, threatening their ability to reopen and continue delivering education in a timely and safe manner. The devastation extends to our tertiary institutions. 6 publicly funded higher education institutions report major damage to their main campuses, with 5 having been classified as priority 1. Several HEART training facilities and administrative offices experienced roof failures, heavy water intrusion, ceiling collapse, and utility loss, resulting in significant operational disruption. 43 Jamaica Library Service locations were also impacted, with moderate to severe damage that requires intervention to secure the public assets, ensuring safety of patrons and staff, and to restore a comfortable working environment. Mr. President, our places of safety and our children in state care were also impacted. There was island-wide disruption across Child Protection and Family Services Agency facilities, CPFSA facilities, both government-owned and private places of safety, as well as private children's homes. Damage was recorded to roofs, perimeter security fences, electrical systems, and vulnerable structures, along with instances of water ingress. Once you drill past the physical infrastructure, you start to see the psychological toll of this disaster. The emotional and logistical damage of Hurricane Melissa on educational personnel and learners is significant and widespread. If you look at our staff, which is our teachers, our administrators, our auxiliary staff, you see lots of psychosocial distress. Many of them have lost everything. They have no house. Many of them are still trying their best under immense operational strain to bring back a sense of normalcy to their environment. I went to one school where a vice principal said that during the hurricane, the roof on her vice principal's flat flew off, and she had to run to the school, to her office during the hurricane. That's the kind of trauma people all over the West felt. And a lot of our school leaders, they feel it. They feel it at home, and they feel it when they go into their schools. They feel it personally. So they've been working really hard under difficult circumstances. And it's the same for our students. Our students have lost so much. There's a dislocation, yes, and there's also learning losses. We've been dealing with learning losses from COVID, and we're starting to see things turn, and now we're back at another potential for significant learning losses as they spend extended time out of the classroom, and that's compounded by the stress from displacement. As I saw this little girl, beautiful little girl, in Trelawney, and she came to me and she hugged me, and I asked her how she was feeling, and she told me she didn't live in Trelawney, she lived in Montego Bay, but her house mashed down. And she was relating her story of the hurricane, and you can see that pain, that trauma is going to be there for a long, long, long time. And so we have to deal with that trauma across our system. So while we're talking about the learning losses, we also have that trauma to deal with. The ministry was swift in expanding access to psychosocial support to the Education Committee. A national framework was activated to address trauma, led by the Guidance and Counseling Unit. Support is delivered through national, regional, and school-based interventions, including wellness activities and targeted counseling. One significant support activity is access to clinicians who can provide our stakeholders with relevant coping skills tailored to their identified needs. Additionally, 53 guidance counselors are available to provide tele-counseling support, so you can call if you need that support. I should note, Mr. President, that the ministry will cover the services provided by private clinicians. So we have an arrangement with private psychologists and psychiatrists, and any student or teacher who needs that support can make use of it. And the ministry has already sent out a bulletin that had the list of all the clinicians and volunteer counselors that they could use and they could make contact with. Mr. President, the ministry is leveraging its established framework to address the school community's psychological needs. Parents are important too, and we're providing service through our helplines and also using our mentors in the system to support our parents. In terms of school reopening, Mr. President, due to the tireless work of the ministry and our principals and board chairs, as of November 19, 2025, 78% or 791 schools are reopened. That is a major achievement given what happened with a Category 5 Melissa, to have 78% of our schools, 791 of them. We have about 1,000 schools in Jamaica, and 791 of them are reopened. Obviously, the focus is on those that are not opened right now. I want to thank my opposition counterpart in the lower house, Mr. Damian Crawford, for joining me in supporting the quick resumption of classes where possible. And this is important. The psychologists will tell you that after a disaster, it is extremely important that our children get back to their normal routine. It actually helps them to deal with the trauma. And so it is extremely important that we do everything we can to get our students back in school as quickly as possible. And that's why I commend all of our principals and board chairs under very difficult circumstances to have done this. And as I had said to them, we are not making the decisions in the ministry. The board chairs and the principals on the ground must make the decision around reopening. We don't know in the ministry what's happening on the ground, and so we've left reopening to them. The Ministry of Education is also actively supporting the resumption of learning through the Rapid Resumption Grant. The ministry is providing initial cleanup funding ranging from $300,000 to $1 million based on the severity of impact. Our schools all have to clean up. And so this includes debris removal and sanitation, restoration of utilities and essential amenities. So for those who have generators, they can use the money towards fuel for the generators, or they can buy water tanks, for example. The recurring activity across all schools that I've visited is cleanup. School leaders, staff, community members, students, volunteers, all across Jamaica, they are helping our schools to clean up. In fact, the principal of St. Elizabeth Technical is looking forward to using that school as a way to propel the community to normalcy. Schools are an important part of the social fabric of a community, and I commend our school leaders who are going above and beyond to reestablish a good school environment. Yes, there is. Mr. President, $325 million in cleanup grants have been disbursed across over 500 schools to date. So 500 schools have already gotten in their account the cleanup grants. I'm pleased that our school leaders have been moving quickly to utilize these funds. Mr. President, recognizing the critical threat to students preparing for external examinations, the ministry has adopted targeted strategies. And so we know this is something that a lot of Jamaicans are wondering about, CSEC and CAPE. We are still in discussions with the CXC to determine necessary relief, including adjustments to deadlines and requirements for school-based assessments and practical examinations. So we're looking at how we can change the deadlines for those, and there is a lot of flexibility built in. We're also looking at flexibility in syllabus coverage and also cost implications. So we're negotiating with them to bring down the cost given what has happened in Jamaica. Also, provision of options for students who may want to reduce the number of exams they sit based on their situation.
Sorry, Minister. 120.
She's gonna go.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris.
Thank
I
you
noticed that it's two Morris today, you know. And two of you is just one day Busha thing going on. You know, so.
The Morrises are in charge.
for the day.
Mr. President, it being 1:20, may the standing orders be suspended to enable the sitting of the Senate to sit beyond 1:20.
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Thank you very much. Sorry to have disturbed the minister. Thank you, Senator Morris. Professor Morris, you may continue. Dr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President. In terms of NCTVET, the November sitting has been postponed. Examinations are tentatively rescheduled for February 2026, with a further option in June 2026 to allow students and institutions adequate time to prepare. For City and Guilds, they have proposed a two-cohort examination model with sittings in June and November 2026, offering increased flexibility for schools in the most severely impacted regions. So we're working with our primary external partners to ease the burden on our children as best as possible. In terms of rebuilding, Mr. President, the situation in Western Jamaica is particularly grave and poses a real risk of significant learning loss. Our children need their classrooms and the structure they provide. Every day out of school is a day of lost opportunity. So we're acting quickly, and a preliminary request for the phased repair and reconstruction of over 600 affected schools has been submitted to Cabinet for consideration. The ministry is proposing several school operational models to support the continuity of learning. So as I said, we have several schools that cannot open in the condition that they're in. And so we've had to, as a ministry, be looking at other modality. So we have some schools in Group 1 that can open full school, regular school. In Group 2, we have schools that have to operate on a rotational model or extended day model. So we've been busy trying to phase out shifts, but unfortunately, we have to institute shifts in many of our schools because several of the classrooms would have been affected, and so you only have a part of the school available to you. And so we've been instituting shifts in some of our schools. Group 3 are those that need the most support and that have the most damage. And so we're looking at alternate or temporary sites, including the use of tents on the existing site or use of another space. We're also looking at reassigning students to host schools. In the case of host schools, though, Mr. President, I really should speak on that. To ensure learning does not come to a halt for the thousands of children in the severely damaged schools, we have activated a host school modality. This is a temporary arrangement where a student from a non-operational school continues learning in another institution for a defined period of time. Students, nevertheless, remain anchored to their home institution. So we're not doing a transfer. It's a host period. So you're going to go there for a period of time. Hosting is an interim solution. As a ministry, we understand that different institutions have different cultures. One does not change school mid-term without some transition pains. And as a result, students and their host schools will be supported by strong regional coordination, psychosocial services, and clear accountability measures. Mr. President, I find it encouraging that many schools, both public and private, have already volunteered to host displaced students. And I want to thank them, and I'm going to actually look for those schools because I do think there are times when we have to acknowledge those who are doing really good work in terms of trying to support our schools. Many principals have reached out to the ministry indicating their interest already, and this is demonstrating the very best of our national spirit and our shared commitment to Jamaica's children. So parents who want to benefit from this host school initiative should reach out to one of our regional offices. So you will go to the nearest regional office that you have, and there you'll be able to sign up for one of these spots that we have. And the schools range from Kingston Technical to St. Andrew Technical High School to Campion College, Arden. So there are a range of schools in Kingston and also in St. Catherine that have said they are willing to take students, and some of our schools in Manchester are also renovating their boarding facilities to facilitate children from the West. And so we thank them and congratulate them, and we hope other schools will do similarly. Mr. President, use of these many models that we have, which is full day or part day, will be complemented using other remote strategies that we have. Sometimes we'll have to print kits and take them out to the children in their communities. And where possible, we are going to be broadcasting on radio for students. But obviously that can only move forward when there's electricity in the area. So the modality that will be chosen will depend on the level of connectivity and supporting infrastructure available to teachers and students. Mr. President, yesterday I met a large cohort of principals of the affected schools in the western parishes. Mr. President, many principals have stepped up with remarkable courage and clarity, moving swiftly to stabilize their schools and their communities in the wake of Hurricane Melissa. I am very impressed with the crisis leadership exhibited in many institutions. They are designing creative timetables. They're sharing spaces. Some schools are sharing spaces. So you have two schools that have been damaged, the one that's least damaged, they're pooling together and having school there. Jamaica's educators remain among our most resilient and resourceful nation builders. Yet, Mr. President, we must also be pragmatic. The doors of many schools cannot reopen immediately. So while we move with urgency to repair and rebuild, we must also act now to resume learning through innovative and flexible arrangements so that no child is left behind. As we think outside the box, we have to use all available options to support our children's education. We are considering the temporary consolidation of some of our schools, starting in regions 3, 4, and 5. I will say that when I was in White House, I had a teacher come to me with a suggestion, and she was perfectly correct. She said there were 4 schools in the area, and that one of them wasn't too badly damaged. The other 3 were terribly damaged. And she said, why don't we have all our exam students from the 4 schools just go to school at the one that's not damaged? And I said, you're perfect. So we listened to our teachers, and we're going to be instituting things like that. Yes. It may take, just like the partnership, it may take some time before they can be restored. Therefore, in the interim, the ministry is proposing, I've already gone there, and so we'll also be looking at busing students. So we'll have to bus some students from where they live into schools, especially if that school may be a little further away. The ministry is actively exploring also the immediate deployment of temporary solutions to resume face-to-face instruction. Already we have received some solutions from the international donor community, and those will be deployed in short order. Mr. President, UNICEF is here, and they have been a significant partner in our education response. Already, they have come to the table with essential supplies to facilitate the resumption of teaching and learning. They have given us some specialized tents that will be deployed. I think we've started with 10. They have over 60 more on their way to Jamaica. So we will be making use of those across the education system. And UNICEF has done this before. They have been able to operate schools and assist governments around the world to operate schools after disasters. And so we're using them for their expert guidance and support on this. We welcome. Yes, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Olga and team. And I can tell you, while the hurricane was raging, Olga was WhatsApping me saying she's ready to go. And so I really thank you for that kind of partnership, Olga. So we need more partners like UNICEF. So I say it publicly, if you're willing to support the recovery of our children, our schools, our education system, the ministry is ready to work with you. And so where possible, we're going to be erecting the tents. We're also looking at prefabricated containerized units. The key thing with that, ceiling has to be high because we have to be mindful of cooling. And so anything that we do, any solution has to provide a safe learning environment for our children. Mr. President, our long-term recovery strategy will prioritize the creation of a fundamentally more resilient education system. The education system cannot continue business as usual. We must wake up to the realities of today. In line with general directives, the ministry has been instructed to prepare a resilience upgrade plan. Our recovery plan will be intertwined with a phased multi-year overhaul of school infrastructure that emphasizes long-term protection against future climate events. Mr. President, last year we had Hurricane Beryl, and we had a huge repair bill in the billions, and we repaired the schools. This year we have Hurricane Melissa, and some of those same schools got hit again. And remember, our schools also act as shelters, and so it's important that our schools are robust in their construction, because they are what the community relies on in the face of a disaster. And so, Mr. President, we are going to be focused on resilient infrastructure. So we're looking at new design. We have a new building standard for schools. We have shared that with the World Bank for their comments from their experts, so that we make sure that we have the right kind of technology in our schools in terms of building technology. We're also going to be building in resilience into our schools. And we're going to have to be looking at generators, more water tanks and water treatment facilities for our schools, and of course, potentially looking at other sources of internet. Mr. President, we successfully navigated the education system through the global pandemic, and many of the leaders are here who did that through the pandemic, and they also provided stellar leadership in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. I am absolutely confident that we'll do so once again. Our mission is to get our children learning safely, swiftly, and in stronger, smarter schools than before. I am fortunate to have an excellent team supporting me at the ministry. Mr. President, I have State Minister Rhoda Crawford and Parliamentary Secretary Senator Marlon Morgan, who have given great support. I could stand at the information podium day and night, and I did so many press briefings because they were standing right beside me. Minister Crawford was leading teams in the field, exploring the damage when I had to remain for those briefings, and Senator Morgan was leading on the initial education emergency response. I thank you very much, Senator Morgan, since I have you right beside me. You are very, very instrumental in us being able to move forward quickly. Permanent Secretary, Dr. Kassan Troop, was right there providing stellar leadership also, and our acting Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Terry-Ann Thomas Gale, and other members of the senior team have been amazing. I have to say, the technical team at the ministry has been stellar. They have been putting together the data, they've been using satellite data, they've been going across the school, they've been doing the assessments, Carrie, so wonderfully, and I ask them some very hard questions, and they come with the answer day in, day out. And so I thank you. I thank our education officers, our building officers, the entire ministry. And I commend all of you for the work you've done. Mr. President, and I'm coming nearer to the end. Mr. President, Hurricane Melissa was not only a national tragedy. It was a warning of what can come. The storm's 13-foot storm surge on our western coastline and up to 30 inches of rain in the Central Highlands revealed the devastating power of a new climate reality. I was watching TV recently where in Europe there was a country that got 3 inches of rain, and they talked about the flooding. We got 30 inches of rain in parts. Yes. So the devastating power of this new climate reality is there for us to see. The era of once-in-a-generation hurricanes is over. Climate science and our own experience confirms that storms are now intensifying faster, moving slower and carrying more rain than ever before, emerging from warmer oceans and testing the limits of our infrastructure and preparedness. The combination of wind, storm surge, and rain, as we saw with Melissa, creates cascading failures of infrastructure that storm scientists call a glimpse into the Caribbean's future. At the same time, Jamaica's vulnerability is not limited to hurricanes. That's the painful part. We are an island in a seismically active region. We have earthquakes. Our communities remain at risk of earthquakes and associated hazards such as tsunamis. The multi-hazard risk profile of Jamaica means that our investment in resilience must span across sectors and hazards rather than being narrowly focused. So when we're in schools, when we're thinking about our schools, we're thinking about future fitting them for hurricane, but at the same time we have to think about, does that make it more prone to damage from an earthquake? But Mr. President, nature's power does not have to determine our fate. Resilience is not beyond us, it is within our control. We've seen it regionally. We've seen that when we looked at earthquakes, for example, Mr. President. You had one in 2010, you had the Haiti earthquake in January, magnitude 7.0. And in Chile, in February 27, they had a 8.8 earthquake. The Chile earthquake was more powerful, but it resulted in 800 deaths. Whereas Haiti's earthquake, which was weaker, resulted in 300,000 fatalities. So that tells us everything we need to know. It's about the infrastructure. That's the lesson for Jamaica. Every time we repair a bridge, every house that's re-roofed, every rebuilt school must be designed for the disasters of tomorrow, not the disasters of yesterday. A lot of our facilities were built for a Cat 3. That's what Hurricane Gilbert was. They were built for Cat 3, not a Cat 5. Our hospitals, water systems, and power grids must be restored and upgraded to higher standards. Our coastline strengthened through mangrove, reef, and natural defenses. Our agriculture diversified and climate smart. Investing in resilience is a strategic necessity. For a country whose GDP is highly concentrated, a single large-scale disaster can wipe out years of progress and impose long-term fiscal and social costs. We will bounce back. Our institutions may have suffered damage, but it does not break us. One thing I know for sure is that our teachers are strong, our students are courageous, and our communities are unified. Mr. President, we will build back better in education and in every sphere that has been adversely impacted. Mr. President, I'll be very quick with this piece, just noting that the eyes of the world have been on Jamaica as we confronted this ordeal. And the outpouring of solidarity has been extraordinary and deeply moving. The generosity shown to us reflects Jamaica's high standing and goodwill on the global stage. Even before Hurricane Melissa's landfall, messages of support and offers of assistance came from every region of the world. Since then, our relief efforts have been fortified by early and tangible aid from our bilateral partners, regional and international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and the Jamaican diaspora. And we want to thank all of them. There's so many of them, our CARICOM partners who were here recently that pledged their support to us, from SEDIMA, CARFA, the CDB, all of them. We also want to acknowledge the international and local NGOs, including World Central Kitchen, Doctors Without Borders, Direct Relief, Samaritan's Purse, the Salvation Army, Food for the Poor, and the list just keeps going on. Their teams are on the ground and working in affected communities, and they've been doing fantastic work. I know as I drive around Westmoreland and even in Trelawney, I've been seeing a lot of World Central Kitchen there. And they've provided over 1 million hot meals. 1 million hot meals. And I met Mr. Jose Andres, who's the founder of World Central Kitchen, and he said, no matter what you want, and as long as I need to help, I will do so. And we thank all those who have opened their heart to Jamaica. And we have to thank the diaspora, Mr. President. They've been fantastic. They've been concerned over the situation at home and are going through this experience with us. They felt like they were here with us. We have had an influx of pledges from our brothers and sisters overseas. We thank all our members of the diaspora for the abiding interest and assistance, whether it's human, technical, and financial, and we look forward to your continued support in the rebuilding of the affected areas. And of course, Mr. President, I can't not acknowledge our foreign minister and the work that she personally has done, the Honourable Kamina Johnson-Smith. She has been a woman on a mission. Day and night, she's been out there raising awareness and lobbying our friends all over the world. What we are seeing today is a result of years of sustained relationship building and the tremendous goodwill that she and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs team have been able to generate. Mr. President, I also want to thank our private sector, whether by personal initiative or coordination through the team led by Senator Duncan and Ambassador Marks. Our private sector has shown up for Jamaica. Our banks, our hoteliers, our manufacturers, our distributors, our entertainers, people of the business community from all stages and ages have set aside their profit interest and reoriented towards the social good. I have to recognize one special one who wanted me to not come to Senate today, and that was Ramesh Major. He called and he said, I want to fix a school. And then he said, actually, I want to fix many schools. And we gave him one school. And Senator Professor Morris, my relative, he said, we spoke about it, and he really wanted to help. And we came up with a special school in Region 3, and it's the St. Christopher School for the Deaf. And they have other students who are there who have special needs. And that's the school that they're at today, and they will be fixing that. And there is a dance tomorrow. Apparently, they said I'm not really a dance person, so I don't need to come. But there will be a dance tomorrow night, a street party, Mr. President, that will also be raising funds for the repair of the St. Christopher School for the Deaf. And so everybody is supporting, and we support everyone in that support. And we say we have many schools, over 600 schools to fix. If you want to help fix a school, we're here to listen, and we will work with you. Yes, we have to thank him. And all the other entertainers. There have been many entertainers who have been coming to our assistance. Mr. President, as I conclude, the government recognizes both the gravity of what our people have endured and the resilience that defines Jamaica. We grieve with families who have lost loved ones. 45 families are mourning today. 45 families, and we're still investigating 9 other deaths. We understand the pain of thousands whose homes are uninhabitable, those whose farms are submerged, and whose small businesses are shuttered. This is a trying time for so many, but we will not leave anyone behind. As difficult as the situation today looks, I want Jamaica to know that together, with faith, with discipline, and with unity of purpose, we will recover, we will rebuild, and we will emerge stronger and better than ever before. We are a God-fearing people, and we put God first. And when this hurricane was coming, many of those press conferences, I had a pastor pray. We fear God, and we know that God is our protector. And now we have been tested, but we remember our faith, because Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. Mr. President, colleagues, Jamaicans all, we will recover and we will build back better. May God continue to bless and protect the people of Jamaica. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris Dixon. Senator Professor Morris, hang on, we just bring in the lectern. Is it, you engage the microphone? Hello? You engage your microphone? Okay, thank you very much. Senator Morris, Morris, recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Minister, for the statement that you have just presented. And I want to start off with a point that you ended with, Minister, and that is to acknowledge and express our profound condolences to the families that have lost loved ones during the passage of the hurricane. We share their pain, we share their grief during this time. It's always difficult to encounter these situations after a natural disaster. I want to also, Mr. President, acknowledge the tremendous effort of our first responders to the natural disasters. They were on the front line, working even in situations of danger to protect this, our beloved country. And so I salute all the first responders who were involved in that Herculean effort. Mr. President, one of the positive things that have happened over the past 20 years is the improvement in technologies to, amongst other things, aid in tracking and monitoring hurricanes. And so we have been privileged to experience that during the lead up to the hurricane. And whilst we were watching our television and listening to our radios, we could get daily updates as to where the hurricane was situated and its possible landing in Jamaica. And so, Mr. President, for almost a week, we knew what was likely to happen in Jamaica. And the good Lord was on our side. It gave time and time through days and days of delays before it finally hit and landed in New Hope in Westmoreland. And here, Mr. President, I want to express some disappointments. Because whilst the hurricane was moving along the coastline, and we had the privilege of tracking what was happening with the hurricane. I wonder why is it that there wasn't a systematic movement of supplies and equipment to strategic points across the island that will allow for a quicker response in terms of the hurricane. I heard a number of complaints subsequent to the hurricane in terms of delays in food supplies, in supplies for temporary shelter, and also equipment that would assist in clearing those roads that were cut off. Mr. President, I appreciate the tremendous search and rescue mission of our police, our soldiers, and our firemen. I was listening to a story from a fireman who he was busy out on search and rescue mission. And when he went home, he had no house. He had to resort to sleeping in his car. And Mr. President, you know, as I reflect on all that has taken place in the hurricane, I've heard calls for a united approach to the disaster recovery effort. And we, as a part of the opposition, support that call tremendously. And we have been reaching out to the government, as demonstrated by what was said by the Honourable Minister from the spokesperson on education, reaching out to her to give support on a particular initiative. But Mr. President, as we call for unity, I wondered where we would have been today if on that initial flight by the Prime Minister to St. Elizabeth, if the leader of the opposition was with him, and the powerful signal it would have sent to this nation that we are in this together. We are in this thing together. Because, Mr. President, the truth of the matter is that when the hurricane landed in Jamaica, it never looked or searched for the greens or the orange. It affected everybody across the area, the affected parishes. And so, Mr. President, I am very disappointed that that initial effort was not seized upon by the Prime Minister. And Mr. President, I also want to express my disappointment in the fact, I want to also express my disappointment, Mr. President, in the fact that it took over 20 days for the Prime Minister to visit what we regard as ground zero in New Hope, in Westmoreland. 20 days. Mr. President, we have to change how we deal with and approach the rebuilding effort, because the rebuilding effort is going to require the 2.7 million Jamaicans, not the 410,000 who supported the government on September 3rd. Mr. President, Mr. President.
1 minute, Senator Morris. Senator.
Point of order, sir. The member is misleading the Senate when he suggested that the Prime Minister took 20 days to visit upon Westmoreland. Dr. Holness visited upon the parish, several sections of the parish, approximately 48 hours after the hurricane. And as soon as he got clearance from the folks who are in charge of conducting the flight, the member is misleading the Senate. And I'd urge him to resist the urge to politicize a national disaster. Thank you, sir.
From the divisive tone, man.
Senator Morris, continue. Oh, and Senator Brown. Senator Brown. Senator Brown. Senator Brown. Senator Brown. Senator Brown. Engage Professor Morris. Thank you.
I thought you were harassing me today,
Mr. President, you want me to continue?
Yes, no, yes, of course, continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have to engage in a rebuilding effort that is anchored in unity. Because, as the minister said, $8.8 billion US of our GDP was damaged, was affected. That is 1.4 trillion. That is $1.4 trillion. Mr. President, it is going to require that unity of purpose. And I want to say, Mr. President, that the leader of the opposition has called for this multi-sectorial committee to assist in the monitoring of the disaster relief effort and reconstruction. And so, Mr. President, I see and hear the minister mention the establishment of the National Reconstruction Team. And I am taking note of the team and its compilation. I think it is a positive step and a positive development. Mr. President, there are 135,000 buildings that have been estimated to be affected in the hurricane. And a significant portion of these are homes that have been damaged across the country. And no doubt that would have been calculated in the $8.8 billion that have been estimated thus far. I want to point out, Mr. President, that for many of the homeowners, they have invested in their houses based on their life savings, some through partners, and some borrowed money from the NHT, etc., and other financial institutions. And I hope that we are going to see a significant effort in terms of assisting the homeowners across this country in terms of rebuilding their houses. I went and visited one of the housing developments that was recently constructed in Edmund Ridge. Edmund Ridge. And Mr. President, I was amazed at what I saw. Absolutely. And I make no apologies about it. Because, Mr. President, you know, Mr. President, since they invite me and members would be curious as to how I see what I see.
Senator Morris, don't be distracted, you know, because remember, hold on, your run-up is 20 minutes, you know, and you're running close to it. So don't be distracted by Senator Morgan.
Yes, Mr. President.
You stick to the script.
But, Mr. President, I just want to indicate that when you go into that housing development, you're talking about a situation where some people have not even moved into the homes as yet. And the houses were destroyed. And I'm wondering what is going to happen to those homeowners who paid for the houses, never moved in, and what is going to be the recourse for those individuals? And are we going to see the contractors stepping up to the plate to repair those damages that were done to the houses in that particular development? Mr. President, I know the decision of the government to purchase 5,000 modular, and I'm going to be very specific, modular container homes through the NHT. And, Mr. President, whilst, as I heard the minister's presentation, I am forced to ask the question, these modular homes will
Sorry, Senator Morris. Minister, this is the question. Go ahead, please, Senator Morris.
Mr. President, I thought...
Come on, it's for the guidance of the minister, you know, not you. You're an experienced man in this thing, so you ask the question, you know.
So, Minister, I would like to know, these houses will cost about 6.5 million. But I think under the NHT, you can get up to $13 million as a single contributor. So I want to find out if, when they get these funds to purchase one of these modular homes, a contributor, will they be able to access the other portion of funds to, say, for example, engage in expansion of those homes over time? Because I understand that the units, the modular homes, they're up to 430 square feet. And I also want to find out, Minister, what, in light of the situation that exists with land tenure in some of these parishes and affecting some of these homeowners, will we see some form of flexibility in terms of government policy, in terms of how we treat with the land? Is it that we are going to see a situation where the individuals who occupy the land can get some proof that they have occupied the land for a particular period of time, and therefore they would be eligible to build at that particular location once the location is deemed safe for construction? Mr. President, I note that we are moving towards the modular container homes, but I want to also stress the need for the enforcement of existing regulation where building are concerned. Because, Mr. President, the fact of the matter is that a lot of what we have seen happening across the island in the devastation of homes and buildings are attributed to poor construction. And a part of it is that the monitoring and evaluation systems have been lapsed. And so we have to make sure we strengthen those mechanisms going forward to ensure that, as Minister pointed out, we build back better and we build back stronger in terms of future preparation for not just Category 5 hurricane, because there are talks now of having another category, a Category 6 hurricane. Mr. President, I am going to conclude with something that the minister said at the end as well. And Minister, I am putting on my church hat now, because I appreciated the fact that whilst you were doing the press conferences and giving the updates during the lead up to the hurricane, there was this constant call for prayer. And I appreciated it because I know the role that God has to play in the affairs of men, and the fact that he controls the wind and the rains. But Minister, I have taken note that since the hurricane has passed, we have not heard a call similar to what you have made for a national day of recognition or thanksgiving for the goodness of God, because it could have been worse for Jamaica. It could have been worse for Jamaica. I note that there were a number of churches that have been, there are a number of churches that have been engaged in prayer and thanksgiving. But in terms of a governmental response, just as how you called for prayers across the country, I was expecting a similar call subsequent. And if it was done by you, Minister, in any press conference, I never heard it. I never heard it. But I believe that we as a nation have to go into that situation where we give God thanks for guiding us through, but also for preparing us for the recovery efforts, because we are going to need godly intervention in terms of driving the reconstruction process, because losing $8.8 billion of our GDP and counting, because I heard my friend Minister Samuda in Brazil saying $10 billion. So we're gonna have to. Nothing go wrong if it is US dollars.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Morris. Don't be distracted.
We understand the flexibility in terms of the figures. But, Mr. President, I want us to understand that we are going to have to make a united effort to rebuild this country. And in that united effort, we have to make sure that all hands are on deck, including the opposition, government, private sector, the church community, all hands must be on deck to ensure that we recover stronger and faster. May it please you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Morris.
Oh, Senator Mazikithim will respond to the issue of education.
Yeah, I am aware of that. And you will note, Senator Morris, that because of your great seniority, I allowed you to drift over the 20 minutes. Senator Tame may or may not get such privilege. Eh? Say what? No, man. The standing orders allow the minister to speak at her leisure, you know, but it reflects, hold on, but it reflects now on how the opposition respond. But that's the goal. Senator Tame, please acknowledge her maiden presentation to this Honourable House.
Thank you, Mr. President. And lucky for me, I was misinformed about the time allocated, so I won't be as long as Senator Morris, and you won't have to put me back in my seat. Thank you to the Minister for her statement. We appreciate especially the attention to psychosocial well-being of those in the education system. Our most immediate concern in relation to the effects of Hurricane Melissa on the education sector is the well-being of children and their educators, but also there is a need to contemplate how the present connects to a long-term vision for education, including the prospect of the development of a national framework for education in times of crisis such as this. We have heard the Minister speak to building for resilience in the face of climate change, but I want to state that resilience in the education sector is not just about infrastructure. Melissa raises the question of whether education is fit for purpose in Jamaica. Mr. President, surely the effects of the hurricane have raised the urgency of the need for an education system oriented to grappling with climate change. It tells us it is imperative to mainstream environmental studies into the national education curriculum. The approach to education must engender curiosity about our land use, very important, generate and collect local data on the environment, whether we are talking about rainfall, floods, bushfires, river behavior, tide levels, shore erosion, hillside erosion, and such. And it must especially develop indigenous knowledge and solutions on how to secure the land, its resources, and the climate for a future of common human well-being. Our knowledge is very important to how we construct this nation. On the matter of human well-being, I note the provisions, and we appreciate them very much, as I said before, especially in relation to the psychosocial well-being of children and parents. We note, and since education is so important, we note that the JTA had announced a $30 million grant for teachers, and we wonder whether the Ministry of Education is making similar arrangements for teachers, given the very important role that they play in their society. Relatedly, we have been provided with important information on the state of schools, and I wonder whether the Ministry of Education would also provide information on the number of students and teachers affected by the hurricane, so that those who are interested in assisting in the rebuilding effort would also be given information that would allow them to give attention to that sector or that aspect of the education system. Mr. President, we are aware that some people may think that democracy is slow and unnecessary in times of disaster. but we believe it is especially important at this time to show respect to our people by having consultations with them. Indeed, we believe that parents and teachers have ideas about what is best to get their children back to learning, and so they should be heard. Has the Minister of Education consulted with parents, or is there a schedule for consultation with parents and teachers about how learning should occur from here on? Are teachers clear on what is expected of them going forward? Mr. President, we can all agree that Melissa has imposed trauma on the nation, and especially the hardest hit. In response to national trauma, we propose that the Ministry of Education consider its role beyond its obligations to those in the education system. We believe that culture and education are organically linked, and that the Minister of Education should work with the Minister of Culture to initiate a process of national repair through mobilizing the arts to address our collective trauma. A national program in written and oral storytelling, performance, and the visual arts could, at this time and over the period of rebuilding, provide means to cope with trauma, inspire repair, and even improve literacy. More immediately, measures such as shifting the school year and suspending the primary exit profile for grade 6ers should be considered. I note that there is attention to the external examinations, but we didn't hear anything in the statement as it relates to primary school children. Alternative mechanisms to determine placement in high school are possible, especially given the fact that the ministry would already have had 2 years of PEP data on student performance. Mr. President, we are especially concerned about the effect of Melissa on the state of inequality in the nation. Many people believe that education is their route out of poverty, and I want to state that in response to Senator Fitzhenley's statement earlier on the use of states of emergencies, we on this side believe that education is the route to peace and that inequality is a route to violence. In that regard, the Orlando Patterson-led Commission on Transforming Education, on which the Minister of Education participated, observed that there is a need to, quote-unquote, vigorously pursue equity in the approach to education. And I want to quote from the 2021 report in which they say, quote, there are two extremely different school systems in the country. One that is world-class and serves mainly the haves, the other pertaining to the vast majority that serves the have-nots, and that is largely failing. Surely we are now in an even more grave position of have-nots in the rural parishes hardest hit by the hurricane. Provisions must therefore be made not only to rebuild infrastructure in these zones, but to attend to learning gaps which would have existed, as the minister indicated, from the period of COVID. In that regard, the minister and the ministry could consider using the school year once school resumes to fill those learning gaps rather than simply teaching to the test. Conclusively, Mr. President, I want to state that our approach to recovery in education must look to the future and determine the kind of Jamaica that we want to build. We must do so through consultation and democracy, and that we must prioritize the most vulnerable so that we do not descend into an even deeper inequality in the nation and by extension, the possibility of even further violence. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tim. Questions? The Minister is open to questions on both. And that is Senator Tomlinson, correct?
Yes.
Senator is on his maiden presentation, you know, so make him feel.
This question.
Eh? No, his question will be formed. It will be received as a presentation. Engage your mic, please.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And
hang on, let me just say something. Okay, engage it again, please. Yes, thank you very much. And you are entitled by the standing orders to ask the Minister a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well,
let me put it this way. You are entitled to question the Minister. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Minister, for your presentation. I have 3 questions, 2 on the general response from the government with respect to the different areas that I will talk about, and then 1 on the education sector. With respect to the restoration of electricity to the areas that are currently without, does the government accept that it erred when it prematurely announced the intent to end the JPS school license, which, according to what the Permanent Secretary said at PAAC yesterday, has put the company in a precarious position now to find financing to support recovery to the tune of US $400 million. And that they have requested an extension of the license. Is Cabinet considering to grant that extension? That's the first question. Please, don't interrupt me. The second question, Minister, is with respect to the establishment of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority. I note that the Prime Minister will chair an oversight body that will be comprised of private sector and public sector individuals. Has the Prime Minister considered that it perhaps would have been optimal for him not to be chairman of this committee, given that... No, she's Information Minister. She is Information Minister.
Senator,
please.
Senator Morgan. Please. Minister Morgan, please. Senator Morgan.
Thank you. That it would be optimal for him not to be the chairman and for a committee in Parliament to be established and oversight be provided by Parliament. The Prime Minister, there will be significant drag on the Prime Minister's availability. He's head of government. So for him to chair that oversight body...
Mr. Tomlinson, ask a question.
It's all right, I'm asking
no,
if it's optimal.
No, he asked a question and he's commenting now. Just ask the question.
Well, Mr. President, I think the Minister can respond on whether it would be optimal for him not to be chairman. And then, with respect to the education sector, I note that you said in your statement that the government is intends to engage the Caribbean Examination Council to make special accommodation for Jamaica. Is the government contemplating requesting a revision to the examination window that would accommodate an extension of the examination date? So rather than having the traditional April, May, June, it could be July, early August, that would allow the schools the additional time to prepare, which would also necessitate CXC designing alternative exams to accommodate that revised window. That's it for me, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomlinson.
No, that's not among
Mr. Tomlinson. Yeah, if you have a question, no, 1 minute, please. The minister has indicated that she would hear the questions and then respond. You have a question, Minister? Eh? That is her prerogative, you know. I know you didn't ask what I was telling you. Senator Golden Campbell, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Minister, you spoke to the hosting school initiative. Can you advise whether there are considerations being given to providing additional financial support to schools, the host schools outside the disaster zone, who are receiving and integrating some of these displaced students on a permanent, not just a temporary basis? And I'm speaking to any potentially increasing subventions to schools to allow for the additional cost implications, such as acquisition of furniture and so forth. My second question, I beg your pardon. My second question is the government contemplating specific financial assistance to these displaced students who are coming in to the receiving schools, no uniform, no books, having to do that all over again, for the examination students having to pay CXC fees in the midst of having to rebuild lives and homes and acquire basic materials and property again. And then my final question, Minister, in relation to the students who are being received at these host schools, is the Minister aware of the solutions being applied where students who come into these schools, and I'm speaking specifically about the exam years, the CSEC and CAPE years, where those students may have had a different set of core and mandatory subjects at their previous school and now are in a situation where maybe maybe IT is mandatory in this new school, but it wasn't mandatory in their other schools, so they didn't have that subject. So only 7 of their subjects can be considered towards the exam protocol subjects. And if Minister is aware of that, is that something that the ministry ought to be assisting schools in navigating? Because I think what is happening now is that schools are turning away those students because they don't know how to not disenfranchise them. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Anderson, on your major presentation, let me put it that way. Your major maid. Welcome her, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do I need to ask permission to speak from a seat other than? Okay, granted.
You have my consent to do so.
Thank you. Minister, I first want you to know that I speak from the context that us winning at this point for Jamaica is a significant thing that will impact how Jamaica looks in the years ahead. And so, though having witnessed, I cannot be the same, having witnessed what has happened out west, that is in the back of my mind, as well as the fact that when we speak about numbers and situations in this House and otherwise, we are actually speaking about actual people and their lives. It's not lost on me at all. So I had a few questions, and I think the first one is a principle, because I hear a lot of numbers bandied about when people speak differently. They speak about how many food packages delivered, what is the need, that kind of thing. I'm wondering if it would not suit us so that we can assess how we actually perform through this period, if there was some kind of overarching, I don't know, KPI or KPIs that indicate for each of the major areas how we're actually doing. Because when I hear 133,000 food packages and 61,000 relief packages, I'm sure that given how many days after and how many families are impacted, that it may just not be enough. So I would love if we could actually be tracking that to see whether or not we're doing well there. Then I wonder for the utility companies, in speaking and talking about 70% or restoration, that kind of thing, if it would not suit us better to do it by area that was impacted, because I know there are several communities out west that have not seen, and I doubt they'll see light for now, given the state of what happened with their poles, etc. So if we could ask utility companies to track it like that, I think it would be more meaningful and would help business interests in those areas to know how better plan for what they can expect to resume. I move on now, Minister, to the container housing, and I note the Prime Minister shared that 5,000 initially and others to follow. I'm thinking, as you know, every day I go to my bed, I think about the people, the mothers in particular, I'm sorry if I'm biased here, but who wash their children's clothes and the rain comes again the next day and they're wet and they have to start all over. So I don't know what is the immediate plan to help to alleviate some of that pain. And then as it relates to the container housing, I heard about it being houses for purchase. And I'm wondering how some of these people who lost their income will be able to purchase even with help from the NHT. I don't know if special consideration will be made for how they can actually qualify. The social housing I heard was a small portion, so I don't know what that is. So again, that's why numbers and data matters. And then overall, I am wondering which committee of the many will look at the loss of earning potential, because people like our artisans are going to clearly lose income for a long time, and I don't know how we'll assess their earning loss, and what special concessions we put in place to actually help them to be able to earn going forward, because I recognize we have to pass the stage of just distributing relief, but actually helping economies to restart in some of these areas. So I wonder who is considering, which committee is considering that. Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Senator Anderson. Senator Tavares Finson. So we well, we are not in usual times. Engage your microphone, please.
Just quickly, and I'll make this question simple. There's a narrative in the public domain that the opposition was not engaged by the government either before or after Hurricane Melissa. Can the Honourable Minister indicate to us whether or not this is true? Simple question, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Time, you spoke already, you know, so I'm not going to allow the Senate now. Okay, no, what?
Sorry, there were two statements, President. Doesn't matter. There are two statements. She responded to one of the statements. And the issue is she's now asking question, and I take on the other question. Good.
Minister, Senators, please, just allow us to get through this process, please. Go ahead, Senator Tim.
So my question is about the stronger building standards that were spoken about in the presentation. We know that in the case of Westmoreland, for instance, there were a lot of board homes that were destroyed in the hurricane. And part of the explanation for that is that land tenure issues would have impacted people's decisions to put something permanent or not on the land. What considerations are being made for the high level of informal communities, what we call squatter communities, in terms of this issue of land tenure and building standards as indicated?
Thank you, Senator Tim. That was a very similar question to one asked by Floyd, Senator Senator Morris. But yes, that's a good question. Thank you very much, Senator Tim. Any other questions? Senator Elon Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to rise to ask the Minister. Thank you, Minister, for that presentation. I found it to be very comprehensive. Just a few questions, just one question really. Are there any collaborations that are planned with any other ministries, namely Ministry of Health with regards to the psychosocial issues that may be affecting the students, the teachers, the other workers that are at the institutions? I mean, I'm just reflecting here on when I went to that side of the island a couple of times. I went to St. James, Westmoreland, and St. Elizabeth. And what I really found when I went there was that, especially in Black River, there was somewhat of a, you could feel a disconnect by the persons there. They were really affected, traumatized, and I think this is something that we're going to have to look at carefully, because in the short term, medium term, and long term, what's the government's plan really to really help to, you know, mitigate some of these the trauma that was meted out from Hurricane Melissa to these persons. I really hope that we have a short, medium, and long-term plan for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Thompson. Unfortunately, time has run out for questioning. Senator Brown,
President,
welcome. He's not a maiden presenter, but welcome. He's a veteran. Welcome the veteran.
Not major either. Not major either.
President, I have a couple of questions for the Minister. And first one I want to ask, is the Minister aware that between 1990 and 2022, that Jamaica suffered 24 major cyclonic impact, and therefore Melissa is just but one, much more serious, but one of many disasters. Second question is, I note on page 8, I note, you don't have to trust that. Don't pay too much attention to what you say. Page 8 of the statement, the minister indicates that the Prime Minister had said that they're going to resume, well, engage in borrowing. But you also use a very interesting term, and I'm wondering if this is a code, Minister. You said, as a result of the numbers before us, we must be open to other financing options. Is this a code for more taxes, which goes contrary to the mantra of the government thus far of no new taxes? I don't want to hear it. I'm asking whether that is so and whether this is a code for that.
Senator Brown, just stick to the script, please. Don't get distracted.
No script.
Don't get distracted.
The third question is, Minister, I listened to your speech, and in that speech, you updated the numbers from Digicel. But what I didn't hear from you, and I'm asking the reason for not hearing about leptospirosis and the fact that your colleague, Minister Tufton, today declared that Jamaica is facing a leptospirosis crisis, which is consistent with what Dr. Alfred Dawes had said earlier would happen, but he was attacked on the basis that he had ulterior motive, when in fact what was at play was the real doctor versus the doctorate. So it may be pedestrian. So leptospirosis was omitted. And I raise that because there is a way in which the speech comes across as all is well and downplay the danger which could lead to death and more fatality of leptospirosis. Then two other questions, Minister. I note in your speech, in your presentation, in one paragraph, one single entertainer was mentioned 3 times. One of the criticism, and you think you're aware of this, Minister, and that's the question, you're aware, one of the criticism is that the government has not been inclusive enough in its approach to disaster relief and response to Melissa. Could you explain to us, Minister, why the names, while you have Ramich Major here, the name Buju Banton, Vibes Cartel, Spice, Shaggy, and the others were left out? And are you not concerned that the message that is being sent is that those who support the government get mentioned, but those who may in any way be critical of the administration of the hurricane relief are ignored? And then the final question. You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there because I will focus on that, you know. I'll focus on that. So too, well, let me leave it because you're really a waste. You're a waster. But this brings me to the final question, Minister. And maybe I should add another question.
Senator Brown, just don't be
distracted. I'm going to add another
do what you
question.
have to do, please.
In light of their tongue, is the Minister, could the Minister explain to us why the real survivors and the real heroes who saved life during the passage of the hurricane are not the ones getting photo ops that the ministers are taking for themselves? And the final question, is, can the minister confirm that the Japanese government and people donate They finish? Because I'll give them time to speak. Good. Can the minister confirm that the people and government of Japan has donated to Jamaica's hurricane relief 1,400 sleeping bags and 300 tents? And in light of so many Jamaicans left without shelter, sleeping in the open elements, could the minister indicate to us, if this gift was given to us, what has become of the 1,400 sleeping bags and the 300 tents? Where are they? How have they been distributed? And above all, why haven't we seen any photo apps with people living or sleeping in these bags and living in the tent instead of facing the rain and the elements at night? And this affects babies, pregnant mother, elderly. What has become of those donations from the Japanese? May it please,
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Minister, you want to respond to?
There were lots of questions, and I'm going to go through them. All right, thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. The first one I heard, I'm going to do the general ones and then education. I had just split them in two as I was writing them down. I'm going to start with the general statement and then the education specific ones. All right. Why weren't supplies moved across the island? That's a very interesting question and a very strange one, because we had noted before the hurricane that the Ministry of Labor and Social Security had pre-positioned supplies across the country. So we had supplies that were in every single parish. In addition to that, each parish office under the MLSS had activated their line of credit for $2 million each for the purchase of food. So we had pre-positioned supplies across the country. In terms of the NWA also, the NWA had reached out to all of our developers and asked, are you willing to give your equipment to the rapid clearing of roads after the hurricane? So that was preemptively done. And several of them had actually indicated that they would do so. And so as soon as the hurricane passed, we took them up on their offer and we started to deploy them across the affected areas. And remember, and you were correct in the statement that the hurricane kind of almost stalked us for a long time. And it kept shifting its position. And I remembered as we were praying and it was going west, we were praying that it would continue to go west and not come to Jamaica. Remember in the beginning we were talking about Port Royal, we were talking about Kingston being affected, we were talking about Portmore, and then it kept shifting to the west. So the trajectory kept shifting, but the Ministry of Labor kept their pre-positioned food across the country because we were not sure what it would do once that system up north had moved. We weren't sure what was going to happen, and so we did pre-position food across the country. And there was a question about a multi-sectoral committee that kept coming up, and I'll come back to that. The 5,000 modular homes, can they access the other portion of funds from NHT? NHT has indicated that they should be able to do so. In terms of land tenure as a concern, and that's a big concern in parts of Westmoreland, that's very, very important, and I see on the screen. I think it may be. I think it's to show the Prime Minister in Westmoreland 2 days after the hurricane, because I think there was a statement that had been made. It was 20 days that it took for him to go to Westmoreland. So I think this is showing him departing Jamaica House for Westmoreland. Oh, okay. He's clarifying now that it is New Hope that he is speaking of. All right. Continuing with the questions, the land tenure issue, flexibility on government policy, that's actually something that has been discussed. Minister Montague has that task in terms of looking at land tenure. So as a part of all of our solutions, that land tenure issue is going to be very important in there. Senator Professor Morris, you had asked about prayer, and you know, I'm very big on prayer. I think prayer does a lot and can change the trajectory of our lives. And so we did have a lot of prayer before. After the hurricane, we also...
These things are offensive to you, right? These things are offensive to you.
All right. All right, in terms... Senator? Mr. President? All right, so Mr. President, in terms of prayer, after the question was asked, why don't we mobilize prayer after the hurricane? After the hurricane, I did have Bishop, the Honourable Harold Blair praying, and I also had Bishop Bengucci. In addition to that, we had national days of prayer last weekend, which was on Saturday and Sunday, and all of the main church denominations participated in that and had prayer across the country for Jamaica.
Professor Morris never go to church that Saturday. You missed that one.
I'll carry you to church with me this weekend. And remember, there is also Minister Grange the cabinet had authorized Minister Grange to have a faith-based committee, and she had met with the faith-based committee, and it was coming out of that meeting that the National Days of Prayer were initiated by that group. And so we're continuing to work with the church community, because at a time like this, we definitely need prayers. And also for us in education, we do believe that prayer is an important part of the psychosocial response that is necessary. I had a question on restoration of electricity in relation to the license. Did we err in ending the license? Absolutely not. The country, our country needs a license that works for the people of Jamaica, especially the poor people of Jamaica. We know electricity costs in Jamaica is one of the highest you will find. And so we as a government feel that we have a responsibility to the people of Jamaica. And so we did not err in announcing the ending of the license. We did not err. It is important that we noted that we said we wanted to renegotiate the terms so that it was more beneficial to the people of Jamaica. And I think we're standing by that. We stand by that decision. Now, you asked about extending the JPS license. We understand that there has been a Category 5 hurricane, and our priority is getting electricity back as quickly as possible to all those who have been affected. Obviously, that means that there will be financing needs on the part of JPS. And so the government is exploring the potential of an extension. In terms of NARA, the new entity that will be set up as a statutory body, there was a question about whether or not it was prudent to have it chaired by the Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister has been an exceptional leader. He has led us through COVID, and I will remind the Senate that our country was one of the best performing countries during COVID, and that was under the leadership of the Most Honourable Andrew Holness. So obviously we believe that he is above worthy to be chair of this. He has shown it again and again that his level of leadership, he's at G20 today. He's at G20 today, invited by the most powerful countries in the world, because they understand that Jamaica is a beacon of what good fiscal management is and what overall management of a country is. So he is well placed to chair it. In terms of KPIs, that was brought up in terms of KPIs generally, in terms of the numbers that we're reporting, and that we should focus on that. And I think ODPEM has already been looking in that direction, because it's a little tricky. And you asked a good question about when you see how many packages have been distributed. How do you really stack up against, what the need is? Because some of the packages that are done are for a family of 4 for 7 days. That's usually the MLSS packages. But we have a lot of donors here. Some of their packages are smaller. It's for 3 days. Some are for 2 days. And so when we talk about the packages, you are very correct that not all of them are the same. And so there is work that needs to be done by ODPEM in terms of really being able to quantify all that has been given out. In terms of the utilities tracking by area, that's also important, because you don't want to hear, yesterday when I was meeting with my principals, Mr. President, I had them come in from the West, and we did a meeting in Kingston. And I had the JPS and the NWC there yesterday. And the JPS rep went up and said, we have 70% of the country restored, and you heard the commotion, because I had to go up to him and say, you're in a room with where 100% of them don't have electricity. And so it is very important. Your point is important that we talk about areas. I know the JPS has met with the communities in Westmoreland and did some engagement and gave some indicative timelines. And we're happy they're actually going faster than those indicative timelines, because we saw Negril come back to power last night. In terms of NHT houses for purchase, we said some of these are going to be for purchase, some will be free under social housing. There was a question about the loss of earning potential for persons, for artisans especially. We're actually looking at ways that we can support individuals. We had pioneered the care support during COVID, and we're looking back at that. Senator Hill has been assigned to actually help small businesses get back on track. And so we are actually working very hard between him and the private sector committee to get our small businesses back, because we understand that when you go into many of these communities, life just doesn't seem the same. But the small corner shop, when that starts back, that really spurs a lot of activity. And so it's important that we get those started, and so that's the initiative that Senator Hill is leading on. There was a question about the opposition not being engaged before or after. And that's quite unfortunate, because the Saturday before the hurricane, I would like to note, I will tell you what I know.
Senator Brown, right. Come now, man, make it get through this thing now.
All right. All right. I would like to note that on October 25, the Prime Minister hosted a meeting at Jamaica House, to update the opposition on the hurricane and the plans. In that meeting, you had the Met Office, you had ODPEM there, you had Minister of Energy there. All the key persons were there to give a specific update to the opposition. At that meeting, I was in that meeting. In that meeting, the opposition gave some really good ideas to the government. And we took all of them on. And we took them on in a very respectful tone. At that meeting, we had the opposition leader, Mr. Mark Golding. We also had Mr. Julian Robinson, the spokesperson on finance and public service. We had Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. We also had Mrs. Yvonne Rosemarie Shaw was there. And it was a very productive meeting, and I was very glad that that meeting took place, and it was really the kind of spirit that Jamaica doesn't see. I mean, when they see the back and forth in here, they don't realize that these kinds of initiatives happen, where we talk, we're respectful to each other, we listen to each other, and we listen to the suggestions that are coming from the other side. And so that has happened. I also know I get WhatsApps that are forwarded to me from the leader of the opposition, because he's talking to the PM, and sometimes there are questions that I have to answer. They're constantly in dialogue. And so this notion that there's no communication is not really so. It's not so. It is not so at all. Let's not be dishonest at all. And I will also note that when we went through with the CARICOM leaders last week, and we took them to, on Monday, thank you, when we went through the various areas that were affected, the only place that the motorcade came out of to survey damage was by Good Hope. And that was led by the Member of Parliament, Dayton Campbell. That was the only place that we stopped. That was the only place that we stopped. And so we don't have to make it seem that we're not working together. We are working together. All right, the next question was about stronger building standards, and I think I've said that we have to have stronger building standards. I know in education we already created one late last year, and we are ready to roll that out, but World Bank is reviewing it for us. In terms of, pardon? Yes. The key thing is about enforcement, and you are absolutely correct, and we're going to have to enforce it, and I think this administration is committed to doing so. There was a question about 1990 to 2024, 24 disasters. I don't have that data in front of me, but I know there have been several disasters. Financing options. There was, yes. So the financing, thank you. Financing options. There was a question about taxes. What I will say to you, we have said in my presentation, the Prime Minister has said that we may have to borrow more. We have had absolutely no conversations about taxes. No conversations. All right. The next question was, we have not, yes, it's not a code for it. It's not a code for it. Leptospirosis. Leptospirosis, you brought that up. There was a press conference while we were here, and as a responsible Minister of Information, I don't speak until I have the requisite information. And so I got the information while we were here, while I was listening to your questions. I was also reading the presentation from Minister Tufton. Now, one of the things I will note about leptospirosis is that we had said that this was expected. After Hurricane Beryl last year, cases of leptospirosis increased. And this year, after Hurricane Melissa, given the severity of it, we would also expect that cases would increase. And so the ministry, having seen 9 confirmed cases, has gone and come out to the public and said, we are looking at this. Now, let me tell you something about how proactive the ministry is. And remember, the Ministry of Health has a lot of professionals in there. And we're listening to the professionals as a government. And they have been having their officers, their health officers, surveying all over the place. We had to close 2 schools because they found rats in the gully behind the school. They've been proactive. So this issue of leptospirosis is something that the professionals in the Ministry of Health anticipated, and in anticipation of it was already stepping up their surveillance to make sure that we can limit the number of cases. And even a week ago, they had a press conference on leptospirosis where they spoke about how we can prevent seeing more cases. So we are the responsible government. We know what is going to happen, and we decide on how we're going to prepare for it. In terms of the Japanese government and people donating, the Japanese government is indeed on the list of ones that have been donated. I can't speak to the quantum of what has been given to us. I know a lot of the sleeping bags had gone to shelters, and we've used tents. I've seen tents out there. I'm pretty sure, I know the ODPEM team, they are watching their stores, and they will be distributing them if they've not already distributed them. You asked about entertainers, and in my speech I did say entertainers, but I gave one because I was supposed to be out with one today. But if we look at the I Love Jamaica telethon and virtual concert, that's this weekend, and I hope we all tune into it. The entertainers there will be Tessa Anchin, Christopher Martin, Taurus Riley, Tanya Stevens, Alaine, Kevin Downswell, Chevelle Franklin, and many more. And they are coming to support Jamaica. And I know Shaggy is doing something in North America. I got a message today about another big performance that will be taking place overseas. A lot of our entertainers are working to support the government. Mr. President, I'm going to go to the education questions now. I think I dealt with all of them, and I did take down all the questions. There was a question about our curriculum and climate change. Actually, one of the last schools I went to visit, I was in a class and they were using their smart TV as a part of the lesson. And the video they were watching was on soil erosion. And I was sitting there and asking them questions just to see if they really understood what they were watching. And so the issue of the environment is a part of our curriculum already. So from grade 3, we deal with the environment. But you are correct that we have to look at how we implement or look more, given climate change, if we can strengthen the curriculum that we currently have. But our curriculum is actually quite robust in terms of the focus on the environment. But issues of resilience, we're going to have to include it more into the curriculum. Will there be special grants for teachers? We're looking at grants for everyone, actually. We're a very inclusive government. Our teachers are doing a superb job. And I also know that our nurses too, they were working through the hurricane, our doctors, all the first responders. And so we're looking at a grant program for everybody. So we had a grant program after Hurricane Beryl, where we had the different tiers of damage and you got support based on that tier. We are working to get that done again. What we need is to get the assessments done in the parishes. So we need to know how many people were affected, look at the pool of funds we have, and then distribute it quite equitably. And so that is going to come where everyone can get access to grants. But remember, the NHT has already announced grants. And yesterday when I was meeting with the principals, I reminded them of this, because the NHT has grants that you can get if you are a contributor. And if you're a contributor but you had no damage to your house, you can use your grant for a family member. That is something that is just absolutely superb, and we expect that many of our persons who contribute, like our members, our teachers would, and our nurses and so on, will be able to benefit from that, and will also be able to benefit from the grant program that will come from the government. There was one about the affected schools and the information and how it can be put together in a place that's more accessible, that's well taken. We're looking at our National Education Trust website, which is where we coordinate repairs for school, but it's also where we coordinate donations to schools in Jamaica. And some corporate sponsors are working with us to build out a framework where persons can contribute to special schools, because many people in the diaspora, they want to contribute to their school specifically. So we're working with some private sector partners to do that, and it's really great that people are coming on board like that. So we're going to fix up the net website so the schools that are damaged can be more easily known. And I do ask that we look at the ones that don't have any good alumni, don't have people like you on their alumni. We really need to support those schools also. There was a question about consultation with parents and teachers.
As a matter of interest,
yes,
both Senator Brown and I are JC members. And I think Duncan too, if I'm not mistaken. No, it wasn't that, but his father was there, yes. So, Ms. Senator Brown and I, as JC alumni, do what it is that we can do as we go along. So,
wonderful, thank you. I look forward
right,
to the
Senator
checks.
Brown?
All right. There was a question about consultation with parents and teachers on, I believe it was October 30. I need to look back at the date. We had a consultation right after the hurricane with the key stakeholders. We had the JTA, we had the National PTA Association there that represents the parents. We had the students there. The students asked some of the best questions in that consultation that we had. And we continue to have consultations. I do a monthly consultation with the JTA, and we meet every single month, and we consult. It was this week, Wednesday, that I had my meeting with the JTA. Before we instituted the cleanup grants, I personally spoke to the president of the JTA on it and looked at numbers, what would work for the school, what wouldn't work for schools. And so this is a very consultative administration. We even had the churches, because the churches own a lot of schools, as a part of our consultation around reopening school, and we'll continue to do those consultations. There was a question on the use of the arts in our efforts to deal with the trauma faced by our children. I'm very happy to tell you that expressive art therapy is extensively used in our psychosocial programs. So there is dance and music that's a part of the programs that we use in terms of dealing with trauma. And so that has been given to the schools. UNICEF, working with us, has also worked with the schools and emphasized the inclusion of art, expressive art therapy, as a part of the psychosocial work that we're doing. In terms of PEP, we're looking at extending the dates for PEP. We've not made a final decision on PEP. That's why I've not said it yet, but we are going to have to extend the dates there. In terms of CXC, they have already agreed to extend the timetable for exams for Jamaica. So we will have a longer period. So our exams will be later than the other territories. So that's already in train. And next week, I will also be able to tell you about lower costs for CXC fees. We've been negotiating lower fees for our students. So that's, by next week, you'll hear more on what the final amount is. In terms of questions around the hosting school initiative and the notion that persons may need additional resources, that is understood. And the ministry has already indicated to the schools, if you need additional resources, let us know. So we are going to be providing more. We have extra furniture in storage, and we will be making that available to the schools that are hosting students. It's important to note that it's a hosting situation, so it's not seen as permanent. So I know there was a question about flexibility with the host students. In terms of core subjects, it may be different at the school that they're going to. Remember, they still remain a student of their substantive school. And so the rules there in terms of subjects will apply. And so the school that's hosting them will host them as if they were at their other school. So that has been explained to the schools, and that's actually in train right now. In terms of specific assistance, we're looking at assistance to the schools and to the students, especially as it relates to lowering costs and support for lunch and uniforms and so on. Collaborations with other ministries, psychosocial issues. I think that was a question that I had gotten, and that's important. The Ministry of Health is working very closely with our schools. And so I would have spoken to you about the clinicians we have on staff as Ministry of Education, but there are also other persons in the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Health has their mental health and psychological support program for schools. So they were already working with us. So you'll see in many of our schools we have wellness benches. Those come from the Ministry of Health, because we've been talking about mental health and having a space where students feel that they can go to. We are also working with them in terms of having additional clinicians in our schools, working with the schools, and we understand that that will be a long-term process. They're also supporting the work with parents in terms of check-ins that are being done. And they're also doing group-based psychosocial sessions with our students in our schools. So the Ministry of Health is working hand in hand with us. We're a very joined up government. We don't do things on our own. Where we can collaborate, we do so. And those are all the questions, Mr. President. I hope I answered them as fulsomely as possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I thank persons who contributed to this session. It is something that we need to look at going forward to structure the question or the issue of ministerial statements and questions, but we will do that at a further date. Recognizing now it is 40 minutes past 3, I'm going to ask the members of the Ministry of Education, other members from ADPEM, and any other technocrats who are here who wish to leave. You may do so now. I hope you enjoyed yourself here with us today. Aspire to become a senator, and you can spend your Fridays with us. We certainly appreciate your attendance, and thank you for everything that you have been doing for the Ministry of Education and the country. Please acknowledge them. Mr. Clark, announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following. Annual report of the National Education Trust for the financial year 2019-2020. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Rural Water Supply Limited for the financial year 2021-2022. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Sports Development Foundation for the calendar year 2022. Independent Fiscal Commission statement on fiscal performance for the financial year 2024-2025. Annual report of the Northeast Regional Health Authority for the financial year 2010-2011 and its related ministry paper numbered 42 of 2025 entitled Annual Report of the Northeast Regional Health Authority for the financial year April 2010 to March 2011. Green paper number 1 of 2025 entitled National Policy for Culture, Entertainment and the Creative Economy 2025-2035. The Independent Commission of Investigation Special Investigative Report, Planned Police Operations, dated October 2025. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Ms. Keisha Lewis, councillor at the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file her statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the years 2019, 2020, and 2022, and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Rujay Curlew, former councillor at the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the years 2019, 2020, and 2022, and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission investigation report into concerns that Mr. Rowan Hall, a councillor employed to the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declaration with the Integrity Commission for the year 2019 and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's report of investigation concerning allegations of procurement irregularities and conflict of interest in the award of contracts to Market Me Consulting Limited by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Annual report and financial statements of the Housing Agency of Jamaica Limited for the year ended March 31, 2022. Annual report and audited financial statements of eGov Jamaica Limited for the financial year 2024-2025. The National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection, Catherine Estates Housing Development Batch 1 Order 2025, Maze Muir Flats Housing Development Order 2025, and Industry Cove Manor Housing Development Order 2025 under the National Housing Trust Act. The Jamaica Public Bodies for supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. Jamaica Second Supplementary Estimates 2025-2026. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Mortgage Bank for the year ended March 31, 2024. Annual report of the National Education Trust for the financial year 2024-2025. Green paper number 2 of 2025 entitled National Animation Policy 2026 to 2036. The Bauxite Production Levy Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Order 2025 and its resolution under the Bauxite Production Levy Act. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Sidney Rose, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Commission for the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, contrary to the law and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Leroy Dunn, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the periods 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, contrary to law and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Rainier Benjamin, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the periods 2020 and 2022, contrary to law and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Keith McCook, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declaration for the Commission for the year 2022, contrary to law and its indicative ruling. Jamaica Hansard, Parliamentary Proceedings of the Honourable Senate, Sessions 2017 to 2018, Volume 43, Part 1, January 13, 2017 to April 28, 2017, Part 2, January 13, 2017 to April 28, 2017, Part 3, January 13, 2017 to April 28, 2017, Report of the President of the Senate in relation to his attendance at the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, dated between the 19th and 23rd of October 2025. The Auditor General's Department Certified Appropriations Account under the head 4000B, for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for the year 2024-2015. Under head 51,000, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries for the year 2021 to 2022. And under head 8,000, the Independent Commission of Investigation for the year 2023-2024. And by way of information, report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Catherine Estate Housing Development Batch 1, Order 2025. Report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Industry Code Manor Housing Development Order 2025. Report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Maysmore Flats Housing Development Order 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Just two observations, please. Notice that the Integrity Commission had been mentioned a number of times here. The report that all of us are required to submit to the Integrity Commission is as of the 31st of December. Normally it is in March, but yes, sorry. Precisely, that is exactly what I meant. Thank you very much. So it is due by the 31st of December. Normally it's in March, but because of when our appointment took place, it is the last day of December. If you have an issue, seek guidance from senior members of the Senate. Pardon? You still have to submit in March, but we're not going to get into that now. But the initial date, 31st of December. Don't go into your holidays and figure that you're going to do it in early January. So make sure it's done, number one. And number two, you would have noticed, and specifically to the younger members of the Senate, that the Interparliamentary Union, the report of my attendance there has been tabled. It's a bit unusual for that to be done, but it is done to encourage you to look at what that organization is about. It's over 150 years old. It involves 185 parliaments across the globe. Jamaica was a member in the 90s, up until in the 90s, I think 1996, our membership lapsed, and due to negotiations with the leadership of the IPU, Jamaica rejoined in 2024. So although we were members for almost 50 years, our membership had lapsed. We negotiated a rejoining protocol that did not require any paying. We are now fully paid up members, so it behoves you to look at the organization. If you want to become more involved in it, you can speak to me. The attention now of the small island developing states, again, carry with me next time, The focus now of the small island development states in the Interparliamentary Union is really a question of climate and how climate is affecting the smaller island states of the globe, and an effort to move the attention of the IPU against wars in Europe and the Middle East towards the existential threat that we face. So have a look at the report if you wish, and have a look at it if you wish, and discuss with me if you wish to play a role in that organization. Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives. Mr. Clark? None? Petitions? Papers? Reports from committees? Notices of motions given orally? Senator,
I'll do the first one.
1 minute, Senator.
Okay.
1 minute, Senator. Professor Morris. Go ahead, Dr. Morris, Minister.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motions. Whereas subsection 1F of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica requires a member of this Senate to vacate his seat if he becomes a party to any contract with the government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service. And whereas Senator Floyd Morris is a consultant who may from time to time enter into contracts with the government of Jamaica and its affiliated agencies. Be it resolved that this Honourable Senate, pursuant to subsection 1F1 of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica, and in recognition of him having disclosed his interest, exempt the said senator from vacating his seat for reasons as aforesaid. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion, or these motions.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, Senator Morris?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't want it.
Mr. President, this is a motion that was tabled before. It's a carryover. Whereas the Constitution of Jamaica establishes freedom of expression, freedom of expression and access to information as rights for Jamaican citizens, and whereas all Jamaican citizens are entitled to these rights, and whereas the Disabilities Act 2014 protects all persons with disabilities against discrimination, and whereas persons who are deaf and deafblind are citizens of Jamaica and are entitled to these rights and protection against discrimination, and whereas it is estimated that approximately 54,000 deaf and hard of hearing and deafblind persons domicile in the island, and whereas Jamaica is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and whereas Article 4.1a of the UNCRPD mandates states parties to take all legislative, administrative, and other measures to protect the rights and dignity of persons with disabilities. And whereas in the said UNCRPD, Article 21E mandates states parties to recognize and promote sign language as a right of persons who are deaf and deafblind. And whereas the concluding observations of the initial report of Jamaica 2022 from the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities strongly recommend that Jamaican Sign Language be recognized as an official language in paragraph 39 and states, strengthen sign language training, and that sign language be recognized as an official language of the state party. Be it resolved that, 1, this Honourable Senate take note of the recommendations contained in the concluding observation of the CRPD Committee for the initial report of Jamaica, and for the country to recognize Jamaican Sign Language as an official language. 2, that this Honourable Senate urges the government to establish the Joint Select Committee to review the Disabilities Act that should have been reviewed within 3 years of the appointed date of the legislation, and 3, in the review of the Disabilities Act 2014, amongst other things, sign language be added as an official language of Jamaica. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris. Questions and answers to questions? Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice? Motions for leave to introduce bills? The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained? Public business. Minister?
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier in relation to the exemption for Senator Morris.
Thank you very much. The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which she gave earlier. Those in favor? Against? Do I hear a divide from Senator Brown? Is that what you are saying?
Mr. President, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Heard the question. Those in favor? Against? Minister?
Mr. President, very thankfully at 3:32, it is not contemplated for us to do any further business today, and I therefore ask that the Senate adjourn for a date to be fixed.
Thank you very much. It's just left to me to thank the members of the staff, the clerk's office, and our orderlies who have been with us during the course of the day. Normally, for the newer members, we would take a break, but because of the amount of technocrats that we had here today, I decided to go through. So thank you very much for your forbearance. This Honourable Senate now adjourns for a date to be fixed.
Jamaica, we have 236